Good afternoon, everyone. We are beginning the event. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. This meaningful proverb reminds us that while past opportunities may gone, the power to act for a better future rests firmly in our hands today. Let's explore how innovation and sustainability can be the seeds of that future. On this note, let us choose this moment to further dwell deeper into our own selves. I request everyone to kindly join their hands and chant Om 3 times along with me. Om. Tam Soma Jyotirgamaya. May we be delivered from darkness to light. May I request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari, sir, to invite and usher our honorable dignitaries to kindly grace the occasion by lighting the auspicious lamp. And then I request all the dignitaries to grace this dais. Shri Narendra Dengle, sir. Shri Ramanath Jha, sir. Shri Madhav Dev Bhakt, sir. Shri Akhtar Chauhan, sir. Shri Anil Nagaraj, sir. Meera Dev Bhakt, ma'am. Shrimati Pradnya Chauhan, madam. Shri Harshad Bhatia, sir. While the lamp is being lit, to dispel the darkness and light knowledge within, let's invoke Goddess Saraswati's blessings by listening to a melodious recital by our students, led on the sitar by Miss Jivika, our third-year students.
Saraswati जाड्यापहा गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णू गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः
I now request my colleague, Architect Samruddhi Falak Madam, to usher our dignitaries to the stage. Thank you, everyone. On behalf of VES College of Architecture, I would like to thank our trustees for guiding us at VESCO, Shri Suresh Malkani, sir, President VES, Shri Rajesh Gehani, sir, Secretary VES, Shri Prakash Lullaji, Treasurer VES. Thank you, all of the trustee members. Good afternoon once again, and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, guests, faculty, members, staff, and all the students. On behalf of our VES Trust, management, the VESCO governing body, and our principal, I take this opportunity to welcome you all for the gathering today for 3rd Shri Hashu Advani Ji Memorial Lecture. Myself, Architect Divya Butala, Associate Professor at VESCO, shall be your co-host for the felicitation segment. We shall now move ahead for a brief introduction of our honorable dignitaries and guests. Allow me to introduce the dignitaries on dais. Our chief guest for the 3rd Hashu Advani Memorial event for today, Architect Narendra Dengle, sir, architect, conservationist, educator, writer. Our guest of honor, Dr. Ramanath Jha, retired IAS officer. Our VESCO governing body members, Professor Madhav Devbhakt, sir, architect acustician, ex-president IIA, member VESCO. Professor Akhtar Chauhan, sir, architect, urban planner, member at VESCO. Professor Anil Nagraj, sir, architect, acustician, member VESCO. Professor Meera Devbhakt, ma'am, architect, acustician, member VESCO. Professor Pradnya Chauhan, ma'am, architect, educator. And Professor Harshad Bhatia, sir, architect, urban designer, professor, design chair at VESCO, and member at VESCO. And our beloved principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari, principal, VESCO. I also extend our warm welcome to the respected directors, principals, deans, HODs from VS campus as well as other architecture colleges across our city who have graced this occasion with their presence. Let us all give them a big round of applause and extend our deepest gratitude for gracing this special moment. Moving ahead, I request the felicitation team to be prepared. I request Shri Madhav Devbhakt, sir, to felicitate our dignitaries, our chief guest, Architect Narendra Dengle, sir. Madhav, sir. Madhav, sir, I request. Now I may request Shri Akhtar Chauhan, sir, to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Ramanath Jha. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I request Principal Dr. Professor Anand Achari, sir, to felicitate our dignitaries. Madhav Devbhakt, sir. I request Anand sir to felicitate Professor Akhtar Chauhan sir. I request Anand sir to give the memento to our chief guest, Narendra Dengle sir. I don't know. Akhtar sir. I request Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir to felicitate Professor Akhtar Chauhan sir. Now I may request Professor Hashu Advani sir to felicitate our dignitaries, Professor Anil Nagaraj sir. Professor Meera Devbhakt madam. Harshit sir. I'm Professor Pradnya Chauhan, ma'am. Now I may request Professor Madhav Devbhakt sir to felicitate our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir. Can we have a round of applause for everyone, all the dignitaries on the dais? Now I may request all the dignitaries on the dais to grace the seats in the first row. We may begin the event. I request Samruddhi ma'am to usher the dignitaries. As we all know, our VS is founded and steered upon the guiding principles from the great Indian saint Sri Vivekanand Ji and our founder Sri Hashu Advani Ji. Today we are all gathered here to mark and pay our respects to the memory of Sri Hashu Advani Ji along with this memorial lecture series started since 2023. Hashu Ji has been a constant source of inspiration to all of us, not only at VES but across the city. Hashu Ji's philosophy has motivated and inspired many souls to find their sense of purpose and meaning in life. I now request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir, to come to the dais and share the vision for the Hashu Advani Memorial Lecture 3 and also speak about some artworks done as a part of the tribute to Hashu Advani Ji.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are awake after the lunch. I need your 2 hours concentrated attention. Away from your mobile, away from your talk. Focus why we are here. It's my privilege to be here hosting the 3rd Hashu Advani Memorial Lecture Series. We started this series from 2023. The first Hashu Advani Lecture Series, which was on 22nd July 2023, given the talk by Dr. Aroma Revi, Director of IAS. Our Council President was present during that time. It was well appreciated across the colleges on the insights given by him and the way we need to take the philosophy ahead. The second in series was given in 2024, 22nd July 2024 by architect planner Vidyadhar Phatak sir. It was also again in presence of President Council of Architecture Professor Abhay Purohit sir. This year is a special year where we are celebrating the centennial year of our founding member, Sri Hashu Ji. We would be celebrating 1 year long program. We started on 22nd February 25, his 99th birth anniversary, and we will see year-long program till 22nd February 2026. It was celebrated for this week-long program. Many of you attended them. Today is a concluding program by cultural program at 6 p.m. Please do join for that. It was inaugurated, program was also inaugurated by our loved Chief Minister, Sri Devendra Fadnavis ji. He also shared his ideas, his thoughts, how Hashu Ji has given him inspiration for he and his team, and how it has changed not only an institution but across the city and across the nation. He was the only Sindhi minister, the first Jan Sangh minister representing the nation. So we need to be proud for it. The reason why we are celebrating this needs to be understood from deeper roots. That's why I started this statement by I need your 2 hours concentration. At VESCO, we believe and we have initiated, I have spoken to this to many students and teachers on this philosophy of, I call this terminology VCM. I hope some students would remember. I'm talking about Vachan, Chintan and Manan. If this session is happening, it's not about just now, it's about to change your lives. It is about to take these thoughts beyond today's session. Vachan, your reading, your listening abilities have to increase, has to change. Focus. We have esteemed dignitaries who are here, who would be giving you certain vision of theirs. I want each and every student to take this inspiration back into the classrooms along with their teachers. Do a chintan, a discussion and debate on these issues back into the classroom. Further, each and every member here does introspection, that's Manan. This is the way where great intellectuals have developed. We foresee that each one of you are the future youths, future young generations who are architects and planners who are going to change the society. I hope each and every one takes this lesson back home and thinks deeply into their life. For celebrating this week-long journey and the year-long celebrations of Hashu Advani ji, few of our faculty members and students came together to put down certain artwork and an exhibition. One of the two of the exhibitions are displayed in front of you. The mosaic exhibition led by architect Digbijoy Sheel, assistant professor in the post-graduation department, and give him a great round of applause. Digbijoy, if you are here with your team, if you could come, could you come ahead? If your team member is here, please do invite them. Digvijay, please come in. Digvijay, yeah. So the China art, China mosaic art done by that was led by Digvijay. Thank you, Digvijay, for your reflection of dedication and commitment on towards the ideologies of Hashuji. Thank you. Is your team member here? They are busy coordinating something. Thank you. Thank you. Please. The other artwork dedicated under the guidance of architect Abhishek Kadam. Can I call Abhishek, please? Associate Professor in the bachelor's course. Your team. Can the team raise up, stand up? Can the team stand wherever you are? Please, great work. So, I was sharing this thought with Dengle sir. What you see that artwork of, it's one thread art, and it requires immense technology also other than the art to achieve that. So the technology generated through the computer art, where which thread has to move to which point had to be pre-calculated, and 4,000 rounds of thread took 9 different days to achieve that line art. Congrats, congrats. Thank you. The third art exhibition is a first time ever VESCOA has experimented with. I had visioned this few years back, where there are so many things where we can learn from Hashuji and implement in our lives. Probably that would change each one's way, what they see in the future. Now each one has to understand that. How do we take these values back to every student? Probably exhibition was one method we thought we should be able to do. So on the 100th centennial year, we thought, can 100 values be put down in this exhibition? So conceptualized by myself, it was supported by a very strong team, big team. It was scripted by Professor Mandar Dhuri. Can I invite Mandar Dhuri to come? He wrote the script very well. It was further supported, all the graphics entirely was done purely by the students. Can I invite the students also who did that? Beautiful artwork created by them. Can they come ahead? Yeah. Give a 3-round cheers for them. Beyond creating the artwork, it was also taking, how do we take this beyond the classroom? Like today, while we were going through inauguration of our students exhibition, Akhtar sir was guiding me, how can you take this beyond your building and take it across the city? This is one method which we are experimenting, where the exhibition can be experienced from wherever you are there. It has been virtually created. All the graphics were generated through AI, artificial intelligence. There was not much of training required. They picked it up so well. That's what the young generation is. This was further beautifully exhibited in this virtual experience. This was led by Rajesh Ram, Professor. Please, can I invite him? Along with that, Ajit Nirmal, Associate Professor, Head of the Department of Diploma in Architecture, and beautifully exhibited by our own faculty and student, Joel and Rahul. Their names are entangled with each other always. Thank you. I hope we will do the inauguration. We'll do the inauguration soon of this exhibition. So, Roy, are you ready? Rahul, Joel, please come down. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Rajesh, please take the lead. While they are setting up, so it's a privilege and a pleasure to welcome all of you for this third Hashu Advani Memorial Lecture. This annual series initiated by VESCO serves a platform to engage with emergent issues at the intersection of design, planning, and with the society. With a central focus on EKISTICS, that's where one of the mission of VESCOA lies. We dwell into these critical societal challenges. Today we are privileged to have three speakers who would speak on this from the perspective of EKISTICS theory. Architect Narendra Dengle, our chief guest, will share his insights on EKISTICS and fragmentation of life, learning from an architectural practice. We welcome you, sir. Second in line, we have speaker Dr. Ramanath Jha, our guest of honor, will lead the discussion on municipal leadership and municipal mergers in Indian context. Also, we'll start with Professor Hashu Advani, Professor Design Chair at VESCOA, who would introduce you a brief on the field of EKISTICS. Before we start this lecture series, we will do the inauguration, unveil this virtual exhibition. Today, you would see through the eyes of our guest. We will invite Narendra Dengle, sir, to the stage. I'll also request Professor Akhtar Chauhan to come down, and Ramanath Jha, please, we could inaugurate this virtual exhibition. I request this link to the exhibition will be shared to you very soon. It is already put out on our website, you can share it. But to have this immersive experience, please do visit the second floor GIS lab in your slots, wherever time is available with permission, so that you can experience the entire gallery. But each one of you can see in your own mobiles also and on your laptops. Again, always technology follows the human intelligence. Never forget that human intelligence is much more stronger than the AI and will always be. Don't ever forget the 3H. H stands for loud, head, H for head, H for hand, H for heart. The three things can never take an artificial intelligence or any computer. Have faith in them, make sure that they are synchronized. That's why how strong the digital technology will take over. If these three are synchronized, they will keep you in the lead. I repeat, don't forget VCM, Vachan, Chintan, Manan. For you to become intellectuals, not get overpowered by any technology or artificial intelligence, you need to keep this theory on in your life. Otherwise, you will be driven by a technology and you will lose behind it. This is where I was requesting, let these 2 hours be focused and forget who is besides you, who is adjacent to you. Keep your phone switched off. Forget that you have a friend besides to talk to you, and give your 300% by head, heart, and your soul. to this lecture series. Are we ready? I'm okay. I don't know what is this. I don't know which text is first and huh? अरे कुछ सब गड़बड़ है. Giving you a small note till the time this exhibition is set up. This exhibition discovers the inspiring legacy of Sri Hashu Advani Ji, a beacon of selfless service and unwavering integrity. He is a karma yogi whose loving compassion transformed countless lives. His honesty and trustworthiness shone brightly even as a disciplined nature achieved extraordinary things with gentle strength. This exhibition invites you to explore this remarkable life, witness the impact of kindness, and be inspired by his enduring spirit to take it further in your own ways. As we celebrate the centenary of Sri Hashu Advani Ji, we present this exhibition both as a humble tribute and a space of remembrance and reflection. We have sought to encapsulate the essence of this diverse collection of works, offering a window into extraordinary journey. Here you will find illustrative sketches depicting his act of kindness, bringing his compassionate heart to life. His wisdom resonates through carefully selected quotes. His alongside reflection from those who knew him best, echoing his influence. Extracts from articles penned by eminent personalities provide further insight into his contribution. Finally, a photo essay offers a visual narrative culminating in a celebration of essential values that defines Karma Yogi in his true sense. There are 3 different galleries. 1, Seeds of Compassion. 2, Echoes of Influence. 3rd, a visual tapestry, the life of Sri Hashu Advani Ji. I hope each one of you enjoyed the yesterday's program, which was tribute given to Sri Hashu Ji and depicted how his life has transformed lakhs of lives. Many people in Chembur has dedicated their lives to follow his value system. I hope every student, every staff, every faculty working at VESCO, studying here, make sure that these values transform your life. For that, you need to read, you need to inculcate these into your life. You need to try to be one with those value systems. If you are not, then just getting graduated from any institute would not matter. If you are graduating from an institute of VES, which was led by one legendary, you need to become that as a person in the future. So hope this inspires you. You take up these values into your lives and hope this transforms you. if this is taking. जाओ 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 जाओ. The entire 3D model has been generated by Ajit Nirmal. You can walk through the gallery. Take him to the next gallery, next room. Some of the photo gallery, his family, his personal life, his political life, his life has been depicted through various quotations, through all the old collection. Some of the articles which was written by eminent people. Thank you sir for inaugurating this. Thank you, sir. Hope you had a different experience. No. Let them go through. Just 2 minutes, Rajesh will take you walk through the exhibition. We are planning to do the 3D printing of this statue, probably for the, I hope you are aware, the statue is to be placed at the entrance. It has got delayed. We were having an artist who was working on this, but not approved by the trustee. We are looking forward. The art created by one of our own faculty, hope it gets approved and gets implemented on site. There are 3 different galleries. You can click any of these gallery and the images change automatically. When you click on the gallery 1, you would have 1 series of images. When you click on gallery 2, you have another series. You have gallery 3, you have third series. So please take your time whenever you have during your day-to-day activity, visit the gallery in the GIS lab. This setup will be already put up there. As you get time, please experience them. But each one of you, right now also, if you go to the website, Ajit, it's on our website. It's already on our website. You can click on the link. Please have the experience through your mobile also. Great work, Rajesh, Mandar, Ajit, Rahul, Joel. This is the kind last, I think 15 days, day, night, they are working and created this along with the help of the students. They were working late nights. And I see that kind of commitment and dedicated reflecting this. This is the way where Hashuji worked throughout his life. And I hope this inspires many of you. We shall move ahead to the lecture series, giving you a small introduction. EKISTICS, also known as the science and study of human settlement. Can I have some dedicated, committed focus? I requested each one of you, give your 2 hours here now. Forget that you have a friend besides you for 2 hours. Thank you very much. So EKISTICS, as said, the science and study of human settlement, with this lecture series, which will be followed by the guest of honor and the chief guest address. With a profound round of applause, I welcome Professor Harshad Bhatia, Professor Design Chair, VESCO, who is an architect, urban designer, and governing body member at VESCO. Harshad Bhatia, an urban designer and architect with a gold medalist qualification, is currently design chair at VESCO. His professional career began as a project architect with Charles Correa Architect that ran an active independent firm from 1986 for around 25 years. Later, he transitioned to be a hired brain solo practitioner. Invited to teach, he is a Nobel academician and distinguished EKISTICS scholar and acclaimed writer and editor based in Mumbai. An innovative communicator, he has presented at various conferences and his writing contributions have featured in daily newspaper, professional magazines and referred journals. He was the editor to Journal of Indian Institute of Architects, that's IIA, and the copy editor for book of diverse subjects. He is the author of Becoming Hafiz Contractor, The Making of an Architect, 2019, was one of the best-selling biographies by publisher HarperCollins. This book is available in our library. Students do take in time to read this book. Respected sir, dear sir, kindly please take the dais and please give your few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Dr. Anandachari, dignitaries, and welcome to all students, learners, from virtual reality to actual reality. I'm trying to take you through EKISTICS with assignment examples which we have done in various colleges. Remember, this is work in progress. This will keep on happening, and the more you learn about EKISTICS, the more you realize your thinking becomes very objective. I'm going to introduce you to what is EKISTICS, how did it start. So it was started by Dr. Konstantinos Doxiadis. I'm not going to read out everything that is there because I'm assuming that you all can read it. But just to tell you that the two words which are underlined, human development, are the most important part. Even though it is the science and study of human settlements, EKISTICS focuses on human development. And EKISTICS is not new to us in India. I'll begin with this. In 1971, the Dorab Tata Memorial Lectures, Mr. J.R.D. Tata invited Doxiadis to India, and we had the EKISTICS lectures happening over here also. This beginning should not be missed, because immediately after that, it was in 1972 that the Delos Symposium happened. And in that symposium, EKISTICS becomes the most important transdisciplinary subject. The word is interdisciplinarity. So what had happened is that people from various disciplines, we have Dr. Jha over here, who is a retired IAS officer. We have Professor Narendra Dengle, an architect. We have different disciplines over here, and we are convening to see that the lecture series tries to bring all of us together. These 4 books are the Bibles of EKISTICS. So they are basically, the first one is Anthropopolis. Anthropo is to do with man, human. Then Ecumenopolis. Ecumenopolis looks at the world as a population. Then Building Entopia, and then Action for Human Settlement. So these 4 books are very valuable books. If you can get them and if you can study them, it opens your mind into really interlinking and interconnecting and interdependency and interrelationships. I'll start with elements. These are the 5 basic elements of EKISTICS. Nature and man being the most primary. Man is a part of nature, but man always tries to conquer nature. So we need to really understand how man is working within the framework of nature. And the more you try to conquer it, nature will really try to adjust itself. And then you have the other 3 elements, society, shells and networks, which come only because of man. Without that, you wouldn't have society, shells and networks. It would be just nature. So this is the way you got to look at the 5 elements. If you were the only persons on the planet, there wouldn't be society, because there wouldn't be somebody else you would be really trying to adjust yourself with. So you have to look at it from that point of view, that the individual is the smallest settlement. So there are different units and scale which EKISTICS applies. The elements is on the left. The population scale is very important. And then you got the community scale, which is man-made. We use the words urban, rural, indigenous, town, country. What is the difference between city and town? So the town is dependent on the countryside and the city is independent of it. So these are the basics which you start understanding. So what he did is he gave the community scale. And the most important of all of this is the most limited scale on the planet, which is the territorial scale. Land. You cannot replenish it. You cannot produce more land. So that becomes the territorial space scale. And when you look at the scales he gave according to the single person, what is the space required for the person, you go further. I'm just touching upon these aspects. I'm not going to get into the details because it requires a separate workshop for that. Coming to workshops, so there was a EKISTICS week celebrated in 1975 at Sir J.J. College of Architecture campus lawns. And this is where you had people from different disciplines, including decision makers, decision takers, decision and design makers. And then you had this entire gathering where there was a lot of discussion over the week on EKISTICS. This is something which we are striving over here to start again. And then there was a 1985 this thing. So there's 1975 and then 1985 Athens. Because of Doxiadis being in Greece, and 75 was the year when he passed away, Athens was the place where there was this gathering, and all well-known people who were there attended, and there were Indian representatives also. So you realize that we have not really left our roots. We have actually tried to bring in EKISTICS at the level of the world. Look at EKISTICS from the point of view of the professions. We are architects by qualification. But if you want to make a change at the level of the world, you have to be a political scientist. If you're going to be an artist, then the scale at which you can make the change is going to be at the dwelling group and the small neighborhood. But when you're an architect, you get a scale which is slightly larger. The moment you want to try to change the planets, this thing from an architectural point of view, you got to understand the other disciplines which are going to play a role in terms of governance, etc. We often say that let's make Mumbai Singapore. You cannot make Mumbai Singapore at the design scale till you first change its government structure. So the Mumbai and the Maharashtra government structure should go the Singapore way, and you'll get Singapore here. EKISTICS also has a lot of influence on the various, what we do masters. If you are into furniture and if you are into physical planning, the two extremes. So the scales at which you are going to work. If you are a furniture designer, interior designer, you work at the human scale. But if you are at a physical planning level, you work at the superhuman scale. It's difficult for the physical planner to come down to the human scale because he's looking at it in a collective sense. So this is the realization which we must have, because many a times we imagine the space required for the lower scale and we want it to happen at the higher scale. That's why we are finding that we are not able to understand that why it doesn't work. In India, in 1995, we had the moving conference which went from India, Sri Lanka, Maldives. So it was again a conference on EKISTICS, education of a design professional. And since then, what we have been doing is we have been trying to promote EKISTICS through these various conferences. Then there are different meetings which were attended by Professor Devbak, Mrs. Devbak, Anil Nagrat, Hikone, Japan, etc. In 2010, Professor Devbakta was President of World Society for EKISTICS. And we took this opportunity to bring the rest of the countries to India, because an emerging economy like India was being felt. And this was something which was really represented by people from 16 countries. We went from Mumbai to Navi Mumbai to Pune and Lavasa. This is just to show you what was the outcome, the documents, etc. Later on in a year, we had Teaching the Teachers program. So the teachers are also learners, and EKISTICS makes us think about the subjects comprehensively. We have been trying to do integrated portfolios in our architectural design. We need to look at the EKISTICS way of integrating everything by making the connections possible. And the teachers have actually stayed in touch with us since then. This was in Pune. It was a very well orchestrated workshop. We managed to really get a lot of the teachers to start teaching the discipline in their colleges. This is a course framework which I have outlined. In case if we have to start a course on EKISTICS, then I would try to cover this. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. So once you go deeper into it, you realize that you're not leaving out anything. There are no cavities, no gaps. You're making the connections, you're filling in the gaps, there are no voids. And when you realize that, you realize we are all interconnected, whatever we do. The architect who draws a line for a wall has to think a number of times, because the wall becomes a permanent, tangible part of a person's life. I've already mentioned about these two workshops, but we also had other teachers training. Now this is one of the exercises done with my students. If you see the table on the left, the column, it's got prenatal to old age, the entire human lifespan. And what we did is, what I gave them is that you take several concepts of the human development phases, try to cover gender, sensory perception, behavioral traits, physical ability and ergonomics through the different stages and put them next to each other. So what I did is I did a format. I said this is the format in which I want you to draw it. This is just an on-the-spot, this thing. You got to think about it. Why am I doing it? What will I gain? So when you see the top, the ergonomics covers the male, female. On the left side, you mark the age group which you are covering. Then you look at the senses as per your age. What are the levels of the senses? You look at the amount of time you spend in every room in your house as per your age. What are the behavioral traits? Then you come to photographs about trying to show what it looks like when you're that age. And then the walkability, time scale and distance scale. And then the students have done this. So this is school age, as you can see on the left. At school age, the student who's in the chair over there in that photograph is the one who was surveyed. So the student who has done this work has actually put it down over there in a very meaningful way to understand at that height, what is my scale, what is my distance, how much can I cover within that much time, and how much do I take time to cover a distance. And all this was put together. Another one is this photographs of early old age. So this is there, so you will see the differences emerging from all the different lifespan. So when we expect to do a nursery, we are designing for the adults rather than the toddlers. So you have to really keep in mind that the adults are also going to be there, but your design is basically for the toddlers who should not feel shrunk in the space. And then we have the third one. And then I've just put 9 of them together over here just to show you that what has happened when I look at each of these. Now, just how do I look at them in a way which is comprehensive? So, this is a chart which has been made over here. You can see that 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 13, 19 are the years of age. You're 25 years old at that time. You're 13 years old. When you're school age, 5 years. As you go up, and the ones in blue are the difference of the years between the two. What I've done is 1, 2, 2, 1, 4, 3, 3 is the ranking. Why do we always design for an adult scale? It's because most of your human lifespan percentage is when you're an adult. So that is why we design for that. But when you look at the last one, the racing track, look at the way the racing track is from the breast dependent stage right up to the old age. So you realize when you're designing for walkability, you have to factor in the type of user and the age also. And that makes a lot of sense because you have to see that when you're designing for a community of elders or when you're designing it at Hinjewadi, what is going to be the advantage. Secondly, when you come up to toddler or infant, it is not independent walking. It is supported by somebody. And when you come to old age also, it is using a support. So there are all these different aspects which happen to us throughout our life. So when you keep in mind this aspect about human lifespan and you design for that, you're looking at universal design. And when you do universal design, you don't have to worry about the physically disabled not being able to access anything. Because each one of us are physically disabled at some point in our lifespan. We are not born and we walk, we are carried around. And when we get elder, when we become old age, we need a walking stick. So we are designing for the human lifespan and we'll design for everybody except for the visually impaired, which needs a different way of approach. Another exercise which I had done is, I put these 9 squares. In the first square, draw me your work area, where you're working in your home. In the second square, enclosure. That means the workspace within the room. Then you show me the room within the house layout. Then you show me the house layout on the floor. Then you go to the floor to the building and the site layout, plot layout. Then from the plot you go to the block layout. From the block layout you go to the neighborhood. And from the neighborhood you go to the ward or the sector level. Now what happens is that I am exposing the student to the level of planning because I am going up to the ward level. And in the center you write down the location where you are located. So I know your climate, I know your location. Write down the year the building was built and the year of your age. So I know what is the difference between your age and the aging of the building. And then the construction type, tenure type, etc. Because all this helps me put together the future. So I'm not going to predict it. I'm going to look at it prescriptively and then tell you that your building will age before you. So you will have to plan for your moving out of it sometime. Or you will have to really look at that you are going to move out before your building does. So you have to think about whether your building is going to be capable to allow you to move around when you're old age. Kanchenjunga apartments is one of the few concerns which I have. That if I have to stay there permanently for the lifespan, my lifespan may shorten because of my knee problems. So it's an ideal design for service apartments where the occupant is temporary. And then this is the sketch I have done using my own house in about 10 minutes. And the red dot is me. And that red dot starts becoming smaller as I go away from the scale of my house. So if you realize at the ward level, I should not even be a dot because I have not looked at my scale. And what the students have done, I've tried to put it like this. So as you go to a larger scale, what happens? So this is a student's work. And what she has done is she has given me this drawing and she's written everything there. So now you realize that where she's working, then the room in which her table is placed, and then the room to the flat, to the floor, to the plot, to the block, to the neighborhood, and to the town. Then I take each one of those 9 squares and I put the 5 elements around it. And I said at this scale, point out the 5 elements. Anything to do with nature in your area at that scale, write it down. So she said planter. Whereas the right answer should have been a plant. The planter is the container. So the plant is nature. The soil, water, air. This is the first draft, okay? So I don't blame the student, but it starts you thinking that I should try to use. So then you come to what is the, in man, that is anthropos, one female, age 20 years. Then you come to society. At that scale, there is nothing like society because I am alone. So as I go from workspace to room to flat to my entire thing keeps changing. Then what I did is that I put each of these 9 together like this. And this is the tapestry which I have made of 40 or 67 students' work. So I've got 67 squares. The other advantage which I get to see here is I've got 67 individuals who are not the same. And I've got 67 learners who come from different environments. So I realize I cannot have one-size-fits-all approach to it, which is what our development control regulations end up doing because they are working at the planning scale, but they are affecting us at the human scale. So we really need to think about it in a very practical way. And then I removed those squares from there and I put them together. So I'm looking at only workspace together. And within the workspace, I'm looking at the differences that are there. So if I'm a furniture designer, this becomes the ideal situation for me to look at what are the different types of furniture which are already there around. So I'm getting a lot of information from this also. I'll give you 4 examples. One of the workspaces, the student has shown a 3D with the height. And I actually say this is the way you should be representing it because that plan elevation section is not easy for everybody to understand. Another student shows that there is a workplace, but I also use the bed for working. Third one shows the workspace and the pet also. The pet is there in the first one also. The first one I think is a cat and the third one is a dog. And the fourth one is giving me a 1-point perspective. I mean representation techniques. Now what I am deriving from this slide is different ways of representation. So there is a lot of learning what happens once you try to leave it to the student to express his area. So there should not be a hard and fast rule that plan to plan, elevation to elevation, section to section. Try to show it to me in a way where I'm able to understand it much better. Now I'm trying to show you what happens with all that. Just these 3 levels I have taken. When you look at the first level of workspace, nature is tulsi, soil, water. Plants, fresh air, water, fresh air. So these are the things I write over here. As I go to the actual quantification, you realize if I'm alone, my workspace, my density is 2.25 square meter per person. But if I'm going up to the level of the ward, my density is 168 square meters per person. That means the larger the number of people, the more the area would be required to give them amenities, etc., etc. Because you are covering a distance, you need roads also. So the problem I am noticing is that we want to give people 168 square meter per person, but we want to give it to them at the scale of their plot. So this is the reason why open space per capita should not be calculated blindly. First, work out how is that open space being used for recreation, what is the form of recreation, and how is the space being used, timing also, time duration. So all these things, and this is a work in progress. So this continuously, constantly evolving. This is another way of looking at it, that how much of your time in your entire lifespan do you spend on planet Earth, in planet Earth, rather than in the house on planet Earth. So each of these, if you look at it very carefully, he said we are spending 40% of our time of living throughout our lifespan in a room. Not the room, but a room. It could be any room. So 40% of our lifespan is spent indoors. 60% is spent outdoors. Now for that 60%, how much of outdoors is where? You have to figure out that later. So this is the way he looks at this, and we can do that for our residential also. So this is constantly evolving work. So I end with this slide from Pune. This is at the Shanwarwada corner, where I see a man praying at a shrine situated under tree growth at the corner of a buruj of a historic fort, edged today by a busy vehicular road turn, intensely used by man of various body types, ages and gender, with family maximizing contact, minimizing conflict under the sun. The whole purpose of doing anything for us is to do it for the humans itself. So human development comes first, and everything else follows if you're clear about why you're doing it. So the purpose of man is to maximize contacts and with minimum effort. And that is something intangible, but only through that you understand that EKISTICS aims to achieve that if you're understanding the science. Thank you.
Thank you, Harshad sir, for your insightful presentation and talk. I once again request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Acharya sir, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ramanath Jha, our honorable guest of honor. Anand sir. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsha sir, for this beautiful way you have explained this study of human settlement and how it was executed in the fourth year housing studio, where 67 students put up their work, and also contradicting the open space issue in Mumbai, where we are still taking the international standard and trying to achieve something very different. Thank you very much for your beautiful words and insights. Now, I take this moment to invite Dr. Ramanath Jha. Please, I invite you to the stage. Please give a great round of applause. I'll give a brief introduction to him. A distinguished scholar. Please, great round. Continue, please. It's a huge privilege of VESCOA to have him. Thank you very much, sir, to come and give your insights here. A distinguished scholar and administrator, Dr. Ramanath Jha, career spans academia, public service and private sector. He has held key positions in Indian Police Service and Indian Administrative Services, IAS, serving as a Municipal Commissioner of Pune Metropolitan Commissioner of Mumbai, and Principal Secretary for Transport in Maharashtra also. Post-retirement, he led KADE Economic Infrastructure Private Limited and All India Institute of Local Self-Governance. Dr. Jha was significantly contributed to urban planning in Mumbai, heading the Greater Mumbai Development Plan. The current plan which we are referring to till 2032 was prepared under the guidance of Dr. Jha, and also advising the Mumbai Parking Authority. He has chaired numerous committees on urban development, governance and transportation. A prolific writer, he has authored several books and published extensively. Currently, he is a distinguished fellow at ORF, chairman of MHCC and Eco-Sensitive Zones of Maharashtra, and serves on the board of Janvani, the Maratha Chamber of Commerce, Symbiosis and CEPT University. We welcome you, sir. We look forward for your talk. Thank you.
Thanks for your kind words, Professor Dr. Achari. It's a great pleasure to be present here for the third Hashu Advani Memorial Lectures that you hold annually. Am I audible? Thank you. I have chosen a subject which raises, obviously, a question. What is this subject doing in the School of Architecture? It has nothing to do with architecture, but it does have something to do with acoustics. Briefly speaking, if you divide a city, there are two fundamental angles to a city. One is answering the question, what should the city be? That's where the role of the architects, the urban planners come in, because you are designing a product. But having designed the product, the question arises, how should the project be operated? How do you operationalize the city? And that's where urban governance comes in. I have chosen this different subject for the simple reason that when you work in cities, even as architect or as a planner, you need to be aware of the overall context in which you are working. And hence, the subject of municipal leadership and municipal mergers. Well, in urban governance, are these the most important issues? My personal belief is that they are not, but they are significantly important. The most important things currently in urban areas would be the empowerment of municipal bodies. That has not happened despite the 74th constitutional amendment. The functional autonomy of cities, which is not there today, and the financial backbone that the city requires to really operationalize it to the level of a quality that citizens would want it to be. So these are very, very fundamental issues that we have not been able to answer since our independence. But I have talked on these subjects a lot. These have already been pointed out in a number of discussions, seminars, administrative committee reforms. So I've moved away from that to a subject that I have recently worked on that also is significantly important, and therefore I need to present this to you because young minds would be able to ask suitable questions on these two aspects of urban governance. The first one is this is the process by which I'll follow the lecture. What is the significance of leadership in any organization? What's the Indian system of municipal leadership? What are the global examples of ULB, that stands for Urban Local Body? What are the kinds of leaderships that are there all over the globe? Arguments against a dean, a short form for directly elected executive mayor. So arguments against that and arguments for that. So that would be in a nutshell the way I'm going to present the issue of leadership. Now, the significance of leadership in any organization need not be overstressed. It is the leader of an organization which gives it direction. It thinks about it in the long term, it thinks about it in the medium term, it thinks about it in the short term, and determines the direction in which all the employees of that organization are going to work and strive to achieve the goals that have been set by its leadership. It provides strategic direction and vision, but along with that, because there are day-to-day problems that keep on coming in an organization, he also resolves the problems that are occurring on a daily basis and are not getting solved at the lower level. They filter up to the leader and the leader resolves them. He communicates with other organizations. So the CEO of an organization almost is like the brand of that organization. He is the brand symbol and takes it around and presents his organization to other organizations that exist in the ecosystem of that organization. I have given you some examples, and the first one is architect Jamie Lerner. All that we hear about the bus rapid transit system was a brainchild of this mayor in Curitiba in Latin America. He not only introduced that in his own city, he took it around the world. Indian government accepted that, and in several of the Indian cities you had BRTS that was introduced. They are not well functioning in our country for their own reasons, but the idea was the brainchild of Lerner. In Tokyo, the mayor Yuriko Koike, she was given the credit for hosting one of the most brilliant Olympics that she organized in Tokyo and led many other reforms in the city of Tokyo. When the 9/11 attack took place in New York, Giuliani was in charge for the city of New York, and by all accounts he did a wonderful job in bringing back the city to life. Xavier Trias of Barcelona, he is complimented for putting up the first smart city in the world. Again, an idea that caught imagination of many cities. It also caught the imagination of the government of India, and the whole concept of the smart city came from Xavier Trias. So you can see the kind of leadership that a mayor could provide to a city if he was a strong mayor and was able to take decisions. Now, what's the ULB architecture, the urban local body architecture as far as leadership is concerned in India? Now, ULB governance is among the most unreformed areas. If you look at any area in urban local bodies, whether it is governance, whether it is planning, whether it is leadership, any area that you pick up, finances, you will find that it is crying for reform. And these reforms have not taken for decades. So municipal bodies today do not have an independent functional and financial domain. The elected side is made up of councillors or corporators as we call them. They combine into a standing committee. Many of them get elected to the standing committee, which is one of the major committees in the city. You have a number of wards that coalesce into a wards committee. And at the bottom, you have the corporators who are in charge of an electoral ward. So in Mumbai, there would be around 220 electoral wards and 220 corporators. The state appointments within the municipal system is that the municipal commissioner is appointed by the state. Other senior staff also get appointed by the state. And therefore, in India, it is the case model which is prevailing, which is the commissioner as the chief executive. And therefore the question that arises is, let's first look at the global examples and then we come to the questions. Now all over the globe, since cities are at the local level, there is a huge variation from country to country. Even in a country, there would be different kinds of leadership models that exist. The directly elected executive mayor is the preferred model in the developed world. Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, South Africa, and southeastern countries have also accepted this model. Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Czech Republic, Norway, Switzerland, and Serbia a little later also followed suit, and they also largely have the directly elected executive mayor model. And Belgium, Finland, Malta and Belarus, they have followed a different example where the ULBs are, in the ULBs, the appointed chief executive is the chief executive. Now, the questions therefore arise, and I framed those questions for you. What model should be followed in India? Should it be the directly elected executive mayor or commissioner as the chief executive? What should be the tenure of the chief executive? If the mayor were to be the chief executive, how should he be elected? And how powerful should the chief executive be? Should it be like they are, say, in Germany or America, where the mayor takes all the decisions? He is completely independent. He can have his own committees. He can take his own decisions. And he is answerable only to the people and no one else. So you could say that this is the presidentialization of the mayoral office, where he acts in the same manner as you have the US president acting. Now, the arguments that are given against the directly elected executive mayor model are, ULB should follow the model of the center and the states. And this is, I'm talking in the context of India. So if you have a prime minister who is not directly elected, who is elected through a council of ministers, and if you have a chief minister who is not directly elected, why should the mayor be directly elected by the entire city, as it is in the American or the Western concept? He should be elected in the same fashion as elections are held at the state and the central level in India. Brute concentration of power is not good. If you give all the power into a single hand, it might be misused, and therefore it's not the right model to follow. Diversity of opinion would be killed. If you have a council and the council takes decisions, the council members would have different kinds of views. They will bring that to the table, and out of that a decision would evolve. Whereas in the mayoral system, in the deemed system, it is the mayor who is going to ultimately take the decision, and so the diversity of opinion gets constricted in that kind of a model. Unimaginable workload piled up on the mayor. The mayor would have too many things to do. Elected councillors would have a very diminished role, because if all the decisions are taken by the mayor himself, what do the elected corporators do? Is a question that several people have raised. And there is a possibility of gridlock, meaning that if the elected mayor comes from one party and his body comes from another party, and if they don't go in tandem, then you will have a situation where no decisions would be taken. These situations have arisen in Indian states. There were Indian states who took this route of a directly elected mayor, although they never went to the distance that the Americans or the Germans went, where they gave entire powers to the mayor. But the direct election methodology was followed in about 7 or 8 states in our country. Most of them have given that up because of the situation of gridlock that came about in all the states that experimented with that. Now, the arguments against are, why are you arguing that it should have a same system like the center and the state? If that was so, why is it that in the UK, where the Prime Minister is elected by a council of ministers, the London mayor is directly elected and is all powerful? So they have a prime ministerial system at the top and a presidential system at the bottom, and it is going quite well in a democracy like the UK. The speed and efficiency at which a decision can be taken by the mayor cannot be equaled by the case or any other model, for the simple reason that the empowered mayor has all the powers to take a decision. Whether he takes a good decision or a bad decision, it's good to take a decision rather than not to take a decision, as it is in the Indian system, where if you want one decision to be taken, no major decision in a city gets taken in less than 6 months, because it goes first to the commissioner, it goes to the standing committee sends it to some other committee, that committee has doubts, sends it back to the commissioner again sends it back to that committee, and this whole process finally takes 6 months before a decision is taken. So Do we have that kind of a system where decisions are throttled because of the system that you are following? The other is quality of leadership. I don't think any one of us, from whatever city we come, would know even the name of our mayor, because the mayor does not count in our system. He does not take decisions. And therefore, if you have a leader who is not even known by his constituents, that's a sad state of affairs. So the visibility that comes out of a directly elected mayor and the quality that comes out of a directly elected mayor is unmatched by other systems. He has legitimacy and he is directly accountable to the people. Therefore, that question also gets answered. And the situation in all countries now is that the cities have become the hub of the economy of those countries. For instance, in India, about 65% of the total economic product that is created by the country are created in cities. Now, if the city is so important to the entire nation, should not the city have a model in which decisions are taken at speed and executed at speed? What should be the tenure of the chief executive? I think here more or less there is an agreement that the tenure should be coterminous with the municipal council itself. And therefore the agreement is that the tenure should be for 5 years. Although we have had states in India where the tenure has been as little as 1 year. So you have 1 year, somewhere you have 2 years, somewhere you have 2.5 years. So all kinds of permutations and combinations have happened in this country depending on the political convenience that people have. There is also an idea that a mayor, especially if he's a directly elected mayor, should not have more than 2 terms. Again, on the principle of the President of the United States, because he's so powerful, it is not proper to give more than 2 terms. But there is another reason. Since you need to constantly bring up ideas, any single individual has a limited window of ideas, and therefore you need to churn that by bringing in fresh blood into leadership positions. So as I told you, in India there has been a fair degree of experimentation. Today, I think the most successful experiment currently is in West Bengal, where you have the mayor in council system, where the mayor is directly elected, but he also has a council, and the council helps the mayor take decisions. So while he is directly elected, he still has elements of the council in that direct election. Maharashtra, we have tried the MIC system in Mumbai. It was a miserable failure. It was wound up within 1 year. It was also tried in Nagpur, where it also failed. And therefore it was a short-lived experiment. We can go into the reasons of that, but it did not succeed in the system in Maharashtra. And there was a peculiar system at that time where the municipal commissioner was asked to send a confidential memo every month to the chief minister on what was happening in the municipal corporation. So that's the kind of experiment that we are doing in Maharashtra. The fear of gridlock has been a dampener, as I said. Now, I have some points on what is the best system in the Indian context. Firstly, the nature of ULBs is different from the central government and the state government. ULB is more akin to a private corporation. You pay taxes and you get services. Once you pay taxes, it is expected, or charges, water charges or sanitation charges, you need to get those services. So it's a public organization, but it is acting as a business organization, delivering you services for the money that you take. And therefore, decision making here is extremely crucial. And therefore, the directly elected mayor system works much better in an organization of this kind. In India, the urbanization is happening in the larger cities at great pace. And if that is happening, then you cannot have a system where decision making is slow. You need to take quick decisions. The mayoral power can be controlled through transparency and accountability mechanisms. I think you can completely control the mayor by setting up institutions that will make whatever he is doing on a daily basis apparent to the people. Here there is no foreign relations strategic affairs that is involved, and therefore there is no secrecy. And instruments of transparency and accountability can make the mayor completely transparent. The issue of gridlock, there is a mechanism to solve it. And the method that we have been suggesting is that if the body finds fault with the mayor and they want to throw him out, then if they vote against him, the mayoral body along with the mayor also goes with that. So everyone has to face a fresh election. So you cannot throw the mayor out and keep the body in. Since the mayor has been directly elected by the people and councillors have been indirectly elected by the people in their constituencies, they are equally tantamount to be thrown out if they vote against the mayor. As soon as you put that dampener, you will find that the gridlock situation will not come about. But of course, if we talk all this question only arises if ab initio the municipal body itself is powerful. It is independent. It has functional and financial domain. If you do not have that, if the urban local body is constantly looking at the state for every decision, then whether you have an empowered mayor or an empowered commissioner or whatever you have, this doesn't really make sense. You don't need to try it because the ULB itself is a disempowered body. So why have a directly elected mayor in an disempowered body? So that's the nut and shell of the municipal leadership that hangs in balance. I come to the other one, that is mergers. This is a question that is constantly happening in Indian cities. You will find that Pune merges 28 villages into it, Ahmedabad merges 19 villages into it. There are 5 small municipal bodies that are one against the other in a huddle. They get merged, and therefore this is something that is constantly happening in our country. It's happened abroad as well. So I will go through this presentation in the manner of this. We will take the example of Delhi, what happened there. Unification of Delhi Municipal Corporation, trifurcation before that, Indian examples of merger, global examples of merger, advantages of merger, disadvantages of merger, and what could be the way ahead. Now, Delhi is a case in point as far as mergers are concerned. In 2011, Delhi had New Delhi Municipal Corporation, it had the Delhi Cantonment Board, and 2011 it got split into the North, South and East Delhi Municipal Corporation. So one corporation was split into 3. What were the reasons that were given? The reasons that were given was that there was a deteriorating state of essential municipal services, that the municipal services were going down, their finances were weak, they could not pay salaries, and therefore it was thought necessary that all the 3 should be merged. And this was backed by reports of Balakrishnan Committee and other committees. All of them advised smaller municipal bodies, and they said that if you have smaller bodies, it will be able to function much more efficiently. People will have greater contact with those bodies, and you will be able to solve the problems that exist in Delhi. So the financial memo said that no new funding or recruitment or buildings would be needed except statutory positions like the chief auditor, the municipal commissioner, the head of the health department, the head of the engineering department, but the rest of the expenditure would not arise. However, within a decade, government found that the split that had taken place, that was not working. Municipal services went down. The 3 municipal corporations were fighting each other because their salaries were different, Their fundings were different, their sizes were different, and therefore each was bickering against the other, and there was no situation that could be controlled in that kind of thing. So mergers did not improve civic services. They were uneven in terms of territorial divisions and revenue generating potential. They again had difficulty in paying salaries, retirement benefits, and statutory obligations. All of them got into a problem. So the very reasons for which the Delhi Municipal Corporation got split into three, another government comes and says those very reasons are responsible for going back again into unification. So unification was supported to ensure a robust mechanism of strategic planning, efficient delivery of services, and since Delhi is the national capital, this was an additional reason given that it cannot be subjected to vagaries of financial hardship and functional uncertainties. So in 2022, another bill was brought, and all the three municipal corporations were put again together into a single body. So this merger-demerger kind of a game was played out by two different political parties in Delhi. Now, Indian examples of mergers, there are examples in UP, in Gujarat, in Surat, Vadodara, in AP, in Tamil Nadu, in Maharashtra, where there have been villages and municipal councils both merged into municipal bodies. Merger of 10 contiguous municipalities happened in Ahmedabad. 3 municipal councils merged in Coimbatore. In Pune, PC and TDA merged into PMRDA. Bali municipality merged into Havra. Pethapur municipal council merged into Gandhinagar. So these mergers constantly take place. Now, there are two kinds of mergers that happen. One is a village which is on the periphery of a town becomes a peri-urban center. It starts showing signs of urbanization and comes to a level when it is thought prudent that it should merge into the neighboring municipal body so that the whole area develops in a planned manner rather than in a haphazard manner. Then you have contiguous municipalities who are one next to the other, cheek by jowl as they say, and then they need to be merged into a larger municipal body. Now, municipal mergers are never supported by villagers because the villagers know that they will have to pay more taxes and will not get services. The services will continue to be of the same order, but they will have to pay more taxes. So obviously, they don't like this. The local politician, mainly the sarpanch, is dead against it because he is the king of the village. As soon as he becomes a councillor, he loses all power. So he is opposed to it. The ULB is also opposed because they are having difficulty managing whatever they have. Why take additional headaches from outside? So all these are questions where there are reports given by these organizations that no merger should happen. But at the state level, the state has its reasons, and it has two main reasons. One is, from the point of view of planning, that the planning of a contiguous area obviously should be of the same kind, and therefore they need to be merged. The other is, as soon as a body becomes lifted from a rural area into an urban area, the financial burden of the state goes down because a municipal council gets paid much less than a village. There are many things that are 100% subsidized by the village, by a state in a village, whereas it starts going down as the municipal council gets upgraded from C to B to A and then to a municipal corporation. So ultimately, because the state is the arbiter, these mergers continue to happen across the country. Global examples of mergers. The second half of the 20th century saw many mergers. In Canada, 28 municipalities merged. Then they partly demerged in 2003. In Belgium, 2,739 municipalities were reduced to 589 through mergers. In South Africa, white areas were merged with black areas so that the money flow from white areas could happen to the black areas. In Australia, 157 local councils got reduced to 73. In China, Hankou and Wuchang merged into Wuhan. So there are all these mergers that are happening all over the world. So the question that arises is bigger better? And the studies that have been conducted in this area have given all kinds of answers. There is no unanimity on the results that come out of mergers again. Efficiency, to begin with, there are economies of scale. There is greater technical ability. No doubt that if the mass is much larger, the technical ability becomes much larger. There is more specialization and the ability to raise debt. If you have to go into the market and raise debt, then a larger body has the capability of raising more debt than what a small ULB would have. And financial institutions are not going to drawn by tiny municipal bodies that do not have the financial muscle to robust enough to go into the market and raise money. Cost. So there are savings in the beginning. Obviously, you don't need 5 municipal commissioners, you need only 1 municipal commissioner. But one of the things that happens is that as the bureaucracy becomes bigger, there is something what they call the bureaucratic congestion. That is the ability of the bureaucracy to proliferate. Then they start proliferating. And the size of the city hides the kind of thing that they do. And the political leadership, because of the size and because the problems that could get created, bow in and give in to the machinations of the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy, therefore, becomes much more bloated in larger municipal bodies. The quality of civic services, at least it is standard, because whatever one person gets, the other person would get the same. And the best prevailing yardstick in all mergers have been seen to get adopted. There are managerial issues on both sides. When they merge also there are managerial issues, and especially managerial wrangles that happen within the body, they need to be controlled. But one thing is certain, in a larger body, the citizen loses out because the decentralization, once it becomes centralized, the decision making is at a far level, and the ability of the individual to go and approach the decision makers becomes much more difficult. And therefore, centralization is definitely against the democratic principles of the balance that needs to be had between the decision maker and the citizen. One of the studies in Europe said that 25,000 to 250,000 is the right number that a city should have. So these look ridiculous in the case of India, where our population is 140 billion. So this really does not matter. But the author himself was honest enough, where at the end of his study he said that on a global scale, it is impossible to predict as to what should be the optimum size of a city. But another study said, and this has more credence and is more accepted around the world, is that the efficiency and the cost elements of a city go in a U shape. That is, they are high when they are small, but a medium-sized city is the best city in terms of the ratio that happens between the cost and the efficiency of the city. And again, when the city gets very large, the cost goes up and the efficiency goes down. So this is something which needs to be further debated, studied. In the Indian context, there are not too many researches that have happened of this kind of measurement in Indian context. But it's an innovative idea that needs to be pursued. Costs of medium-sized city units are the lowest. Local factors are highly significant. It's difficult to establish a global template. I think we need to say a few words about local factors. The point is that in a country, in a region, there are lots of local factors that come to bear upon a city. And therefore, if you try to give a global template to a thing like this, it is not the right way to go. It has to be studied in its local context, because the local context imposes itself on the architecture of that body. Finally, my own few thoughts. It is undoubted that if you have 5 different small bodies, they are not in a position to take decisions if they are contiguous about things that need to be distributed all over those 5 bodies. For instance, what would be the transportation network that those 5 bodies need to have? You cannot have roads stopping at one municipal body and not going into the other, because people treat that area as a single area in which they need to travel. So who plans transportation networks? Who plans water supply and its distribution over the entire area? Meaning thereby that in any large city there are questions that need to be answered in totality for that entire area. So those are city level questions of a larger area. Water supply, CBDs, markets, environment elements need uniform planning. City level planning elements obviously need to be controlled by one authority. Development control rules should be uniform, and there must be economies of scale. How do you solve this? I think the solution is that you have one body which gets divided both functionally and in planning terms as different units. You have a city, you have zones, you have wards. So the decentralization mechanism is what is going to answer. Anything that is impacting the city level needs to be taken care by the city. Anything that is restricted to a zone, they need to not go to the city town planning hall. They need to be taken at the zonal level. And anything that deals only with a level of one council, that is at the ward level, needs to be completely tackled by the ward. So it is possible to have a large body, but complete decentralization within it, by which you do the larger things at a single place and the smaller things all closer to the people, where the people have real problems. So I have presented these 2 issues. If you have any questions at the end of it, I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you.
So we would request you to stay for a moment. In the spirit of ensuring that every honor is bestowed with the respect and recognition, we would like to take this opportunity to once again felicitate Dr. Ramanath Jha, sir. Please join us in giving a warm round of applause again. I request Anand sir to felicitate Dr. sir with shawl and Shrifal. Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation. Over to you, Anand, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ramanath Jha, sir, for that insightful talk on leadership at municipal governance, and also the importance of centralization and decentralization. And we look forward for more such insightful debates, discussions within the studio with our students, probably with the senior postgraduate students. We might have looking forward for some kind of workshop. We'll take up the question and answer session in the panel discussion. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause to the talk. We have the next speaker, our chief guest of the day, architect Narendra Dengle, who is a conservationist, educator, writer, based in Pune, India. He is a principal at Narendra Dengle and Associate, principal architect since 1987. His practices evolved around cultural, contextual and aesthetic issues. His architectural design has been a part of Vistara in Paris as part of the Festival of Indian Exhibition in 1986 and State of Architectural Exhibition in 2017-2018. He has partnered and worked at various academic and architectural projects with architect Achyut Kanvinde, architect Vasant Kamath, architect Rusi Khosla, architect Ashish Ganju, and architect Kamo Iyer. It's a great privilege to have you, sir. We look forward for your kind words. Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Good evening. We've had some very good presentations, two of them really informative, and we've learnt a lot. And so it tells us how we can actually continue this discussion. First of all, I must thank the organizers, the principal. This is back.
This is back and this is
Okay.
forward.
I thank Professor Anand Achari and Hashu Advani for inviting me here to this college and the governing body. And thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be amongst the students and the faculty and friends, intellectuals, old friends, and leaders of this profession. I have been in practice since 1974 in Delhi. And see, the insights are actually from the practice and some academic work which I have been involved in number of colleges, including KRVIA, Goa College of Architecture, and the PVP College in Pune, where I was academic chair. And so I'm thinking of broaching the topic a little differently, looking at EKISTICS principles and why don't they make sense to all of us? Why do we believe that they are great as a theory, and yet why don't we actually implement them? Why don't we have a topic which is teaching this formally? And what is the apathy? And what are the issues actually going against this? Because this is what one faces in practice. And there are several things, as one can see in Dr. Jha's presentation, that there are several complex issues which actually entangle with each other. And it's impossible to separate responsibilities, as architects will do this and landscape architects will do that, etc. And my recent encounter with engineers, because there was a community of architects and engineers, and they're felicitating architects and engineers, and they're felicitating me also. And I raised the question as to why are we so separate from each other? Why do the engineers go ahead and make fantastic flyovers? You know, they use the technology in the most wonderful way. And why is it that such flyovers and many things... Closer? Okay. I thought it was... Okay. Am I audible at the back? You're audible to me. So, is it okay? So, why is it that we work so separately? Although we have the specialists, we recognize the meaning and importance of specialists. I felt that there is generally tremendous fragmentation because we have, as I said, the metros and the monorails, and the whole traffic has been given such a great predominance over the pedestrian, and we have in the process gone through the environmental issues, heritage issues. We don't look at the communities very well. The traditional communities are also scarred very badly. Why does this happen? And one of the reasons that I find in the, before the Industrial Revolution, we had communities working together. There was a system of taking a call on how and how much space should be given to every individual. We had Professor Bhatia's wonderful statement on that, how much per capita you should be having a space. And including, I think there is a good paper by Alpa Seth and yes, whom we lost recently. So it's a wonderful paper. So let me begin with these slides and try to explain. I've been also told to show my projects, so it's very difficult to connect. So I've chosen projects which can actually marry the theme that one is discussing here. So let's begin. So I'm looking at these 5 principles first. And you have, Harshada has already discussed many things in great detail, but we have the maximization of man potential. Now, are these 5 points conflicting with one another? Are there zones which are kind of overlapping and conflicting with one another? And this is what I'm concerned with. Minimization of energy, and then creation of optimum protective space, which is also probably common to animals. Now, here it is said animals and other organisms, and then yet we put the man in the center. So are we contradicting these statements? We are saying that everything has to be from the point of view of man, the human being in the center. So, and then of course the balance of 5 elements and continuation of 5 elements forever. This is what Doxiadis has continuously said, that these 5 principles cannot be sacrificed at all. So we have, and then what he says in this particular essay, those 5 principles are discussed in 18 hypotheses. And these are not theories, these are hypotheses. But they are very potent and very sort of pointed and very deep. So if we look at, I have not quoted the whole thing from the essay, I have just taken some lines. And we look at cities are complex and dynamic systems. Now they are not linear, they are complex. So there are several issues are triggering together simultaneously, and we have to be aware of that. So there are questions of individual awareness of these issues, and there is this issue of implementation and how we administer this whole process. Then the second hypothesis is Anthropos has been guided by the 5 principles throughout the history of settlements. Now, if we look at, can this be applied to cities like Bombay today, Mumbai today? Can this be applied to a smaller town today? Or town and cities have been differentiated very well by Professor Bhatia. But still, are these principles valid? Are they kind of historically, but until what kind of history? Until the 17th century, 18th century, post-industrial revolution, and now we are at the threshold of AI. So there is a tremendous dependence on now we don't trust each other. Traditionally, we were listening to each other, and if you told me, this is the way you come to my house, take this road, come this way, there is a garden, there is a good building, and take a right turn, etc. Now I said, no, you don't have to tell me. I've got my GPS. So I'm trusting machine rather than I trust you. And there were stories actually were built in earlier patterns that we created for our settlements. So I think this is a very important point that needs to be debated. It doesn't mean that technology is to be negated. It is, of course, we are all dependent on it. But where, how much, and there is a Zen story I'll tell you in this context. There is a small village, and idlers are standing in the chalk, and there is a chap who comes riding a horse. He seems to be in a great hurry. So the idlers kind of stop him and ask him, hey, where are you going? He said, I don't know, ask the horse. So this is where the technology can drive us. The human settlements guided by the first 4 principles have been more successful. Until when? And are they, if they were valid in the 17th century and early 18th century, then the validity of that, does it continue in the same manner? Or has it changed? And where it has changed has to be seen. Human settlements will be created in future by anthropos, guided by the 5 principles, which should not and cannot be changed by anybody. This is what he is saying. Now, who's dictating this? And we have listened to, the top-down method and the bottom-up method. And are we listening to communities and participatory methods so far as what is to be done for a community and how it should be implemented? So is this a combination of the two? This is something that needs to be looked at. He's saying the big city is inevitable, but there are many smaller cities who still continue to believe in their existence. There are so-called tribal communities, they still want to exist the same way. And there are battles and there are lots of conflicts which we see happening in places like Manipur and other areas. And everybody has a sense of, everybody has a right to existence. Everybody has a right to live. And there are different ways in which people want to live. There are individuals, there are gypsies, there are, tribals who believe in different kind of values. The attraction of existing systems, the existing and new lines of transportation and aesthetics, the 3 forces acting on the future form of cities: population, income, energy, and mobility. And so these are the hypotheses which actually work. And the main crisis is the lack of balance. Now this is very important now, this lack of balance. And who decides this balance? How do we actually take a call on this? Does the municipal corporation take a call on this? Does the mayor elected by the society take a call on this? How does he decide? Does he have the God-given powers to decide everything as a single person? Or is there another method? So is there a well-informed another method? And can that method also revitalize itself? These are the questions that come to me. So he's saying that universality, evolution in next 5 generations, availability of urban speed, and that is what one is witnessing all the time. This one?
So can I just put this mic actually?
Sorry. Using modern science, right? Using modern science and technology. Now the question is, using modern science is all right, but how much do we make it accessible for the common man? Is it accessible to all of us? The kind of technology that was demonstrated just now, which you could see, I was completely at sea how to use this gadgetry at all, and how miserable I was. So how and how much the technology is accessible, how expensive it is. And today we know that it is beyond the reach of many people. So here, can we think of something which is coming somewhere midway? So it is nice to say that science and technology both are important and they're required, but I'm not sure how we are going to make this accessible. How are we going to make this cheaper? And we find that I was listening to Professor Abhijit Banerjee's talk on equitability, and he said, what is the future of equitability in the next few years? And he's saying just the 5 countries are showing a better ratio so far as equitability is concerned, the top 10% and the bottom 50% income groups. And these cities include places like Mexico, Brazil, Indonesia, and Nigeria, for instance. So you find that the ratio between the far rich and not so and far poor is narrowed down. All other countries, including the developed world and many developing countries, are showing a different ratio. So we have this very serious issue here. Then there are guarantees by city administration of safety, freedom, man-built environment must protect from adverse exposure to physical environment. Now here, going through all this, I find that there are issues of separating man and nature. I'm not just talking about landscape. I'm talking about nature and other organisms. And today we find that even physicists, biologists are talking about how information is transferred. There is a group of monkeys maybe on one island and they are taught something, and you don't teach it to the other monkeys on the other island, and yet the information travels and people actually learn this. There are also theories of very complex cryptic crossword puzzles which are solved at one end somewhere, and once it is cracked, elsewhere it starts getting cracked. So there are very numerous ways, they may sound unscientific, but they are being discussed by scientists, none other than, people like McGilchrist and Rupert Sheldrake and people like that. They're discussing these very deep things. So while this was happening, the theories on acoustics, one was also working in the field, in the different zones of this country, and one was evolving suitable theories for oneself. So I'm talking about those now. I was making a presentation at the Bhopal conference landscape, and this is a couple of slides are from there. I was talking about, you've got this nature, habitation, resources, and waste. And the scientists have said that there was no concept of waste until the automobile was manufactured. There was no concept of waste. Everything was by rule, and naturally it was recycled. So that is something that needs to be. So what is the relation between nature and habitation? And we are saying that if the man is in the center, human sustenance is put in the center, does it mean that the animal life, other organisms, trees, and everything is put secondary? That means the man is in a position to dictate how the trees should be, when they should be cut, and so on. And we have been talking, Mrs. Devbhakt and I were talking in the morning, and we said that there is a system of how in a forest trees take a decision. Trees, when you enter a forest, the trees are looking at you, they are gauging you. What is this guy want to do here? Is he going to chop me down? And what are his intentions? And once that is sorted out, you're welcome. But until then, this suspicion continues. And they cannot take a call on this in terms of driving you out, but there may be different ways of actually stopping you from coming in. So there is this force acting together. There is also, the other fields are easily seen, community and recreational, the technologies, recreation, other organisms. Now, people are also talking about matter being conscious, matter as not the Cartesian principle telling you what is matter. Matter is dead, and therefore all other stuff is having consciousness. But there are, science is showing you that matter is also conscious, not in the same way as human beings are, but there is a movement, there is the energy movement happening in matter. So it cannot be taken for granted all the time. So, and The space is also thought of in terms of waves. There is no empty space. It is like a sea between all of us. There are waves, and everything therefore is in a flux. And the point which is higher goes lower and so on, within the space that we are talking about. So these things haven't come down into the thinking of architecture, urban design, and so on. And I'm saying that why not? Why aren't we so much concerned about what are the new developments in biology? What are the developments in physics? You know, and should they be taught as separate topics, or should they be inbuilt and ingrained into the whole education of architecture? So now there is this book that one was looking at, How Forests Think. And this is written by anthropologist Kohn. And he's talking about actually there is a system, there is a method, and there is consciousness in the manner in which trees take a call. And you can download this book also and look at it. Or library should have this book. It's a very expensive book otherwise, but you know, how does one decode the mysterious life? This question remains. And in science, we talk about scientific method. The scientific method has not fossilized. It has changed from Newtonian time to Einstein to Schrodinger. Things have changed. And therefore, one has grafted things on, you know, the theories that were explored earlier. So it's not a kind of, this question of where we come from and how we live has not been completely explored by science. We haven't got any scientific method. So this is also in Maruti Chittampalli. Those who read Marathi can read his wonderful books. And they are from the forests, you know, and how forests are thinking, taking a call. And there are examples in Madhya Pradesh, which I listened to recently. When the tree cutting had to be done, people went to trees. And then they used to beg pardon of the trees. And they would say that insects, birds, animals, other vegetation that is sustaining on this tree will have to find another habitat. And therefore they're sorry about it. And then maybe a transplant or maybe cut. They say, we have to cut this or we have to transplant this. So what I'm trying to point out is whether it actually works or not, but the consciousness is where the individual's contribution is. You are thinking and connecting with the universal. So instead of putting the human in the center, we put nature in the center. And then what happens? The whole configuration changes. You have the human habitation, you have the knowledge fields, you have the environmental resources for organisms, you have the ecology. So if the nature is put in the center, it is not possible for nature to take a call on your technologies, advancement of tech. Obviously not. That is not what one is trying to say. But one is saying that in terms of really keeping the awareness that it is nature that is going to be in the center. Because if you put man in the center, you know, there are scientists like Stephen Hawking who said now, you know, this soon, in the next so many years, you have to look for other planets to go and live. So does it mean that we have spoiled this planet enough? And therefore we better discard this and go and live on the other planet and spoil that also? What does it mean? You know, so if you put the man in the center, probably this thing works. Here, in consciousness, if you have nature in the center, I think things work differently. So there were, you know, things I was writing also, unity of life. Human is nature. Human is part of nature. Human lives off nature. Human civilizes and owns nature. So you got human and nature very close, critical phase. This is where you have to apply your scientific thinking, your observation, your experiential knowledge, and take a call. If we get driven into this, we may be driven by businesses making enough money for 3 generations of our families and lose this planet. Or if you put city as habitation, now you look at the city, there are two things we have to pay attention to. Now in the first year, I find that the students are doing these exercises of form and space, black and white and so on. Similarly, you got built and unbuilt together. It's not that you have the built space and then think of landscape. It's not like that. It has to be together. So when you think of putting a room, you also think simultaneously on what is the nature, not just putting a garden, but what is the form of nature that you will have, which birds will grow where, and things like that. When we were designing our first housing complex, the three of us were practicing together, Romi Khosla, Vasant Kamath and I, and we were doing this in Hazaribagh. And we wrote a letter to Salim Ali, and we said, what trees should we be planting here? Because this is the kind of thing that we are getting. And we actually changed the layout. We changed the layout, we incorporated the trees to the extent that it was possible, and it was implemented. So there is this will, there is the administration, and there is the design. All the three are working together. So unbuilt and this, and you think of farming and so on, that is manicured nature. If you have large farms, now in California you got big orchards, and you're growing oranges. And the meeting, suppose you have an appointment with the owner of it, you go by helicopter right in the center, because you got such a big field. You can't walk through, you can't drive through. You go by the helicopter. So much land you have occupied, and you're making profit out of this. So it's a manicured nature for the advantage or to feed human beings. So where is the question of biodiversity that I'm asking you? So there's recreation, symbolism, and so on. Anyway, so then I came to these four sets of associations. There is the self, which is your body and whatever individual name, fame, and there is the inner self, which is the universal self. There is that association all the time happening. And if you're aware of this, then the inner consciousness, because when you talk about spontaneity, you're talking about the conceptual thinking, you're talking about interpretation, a lot of that is happening there. That you're heard physically or mentally or psychologically is noticed by the larger self, and it informs you. Next is the relationship between self and society. So you got family, etc. You got self and nature, and you got self and life as a whole, that you belong to the whole life system. So these are the four relationships, whether you like it or not, they're actually happening, and you can experience these, whatever you may be doing. So then this was a thing that I had drawn for a conference in Vadodara some years ago, and I said architecture was happening in these 6 categories. There is primitive, folk, popular, devotional, fusion, and art. These are the 6 categories in which architecture happens simultaneously, and they actually feed into each other. They help everything to sort of, so popular feeds into folk, folk feeds into devotional, primitive feeds into fusion, and so on. Because when we talk about fusion, we realize that the ideas and philosophies are floating. They don't understand. They don't want to be restricted to any physical boundary, religious or national boundary. They want to transcend. So you borrow, you resonate with ideas politically, ecologically, scientifically, across the borders. So I think that is a very important thing. Now here I find that the contribution into the discipline of architecture happens from these 4 directions. And I'm just, for the sake of understanding this a little clearly, put nature, visual arts, philosophy and aesthetics, performing arts. And then all that is coming into, we are calling a melting pot kind of diagram. There are into idea, which is still does not have any form. Idea starts without a form. And then you got a field of germination that is producing for us an idea which is architectural idea, which may be, in terms of a diagram or in terms of, or no diagram. You don't have to necessarily have a drawing. We have seen from a lot of examples, people have made habitations and settlements without having drawings. So we are, it's our hang-up as architects, trained in universities to make great drawings. But drawings were not made. And we have the example of Hassan Fatih, going to a small village and wanting to build his walls and arches and so on. And he was asking the villagers, do you know this method, please? I have got this idea. Do you have this? They started laughing. He said, why are you laughing? He said, everybody knows this. It is in everybody's DNA. So what are you telling? So, so already the stuff that was existent there without making drawings. At the same time, I have seen in the Middle East, Moroccan artists working with A4 size carbon paper and putting one art form and making it a receding form on a dome. And plaster dome was scooped out for the patterns, and receding pattern was evolved from one pattern, which was two-dimensional. But the receding pattern was worked out by this individual. So I think the arts and crafts and things, all they come into this. And I think, therefore, I was talking to some students this morning, and I said, do you watch good cinema? Or are you driven by the popular cinema alone? Because there is quite a lot that we as visual people can learn from this. And these four fields can be honed, can be developed individually without looking at philosophy and arts. You can be developing visual arts. You can be working on philosophy and aesthetics by reading. Like Professor Acharya mentioned, Chintan and Manan, all that can come here. But I would suggest that there has to be added this element of karya, because it has to be built, some kind of work element that you are actually manifesting. And the other arts, and in a way, in a strange way, this connects with the ancient philosophies, that so many 16 or 68 arts have to be functioning together. Without this, and the colleges from equal the Boart, from JJ School, the idea was all arts, visual arts, were sort of brought together. But sooner or later, they became, unfortunately, into different silos. So you did not know what the fine artist was doing, and he did not know, he or she did not know what was the architect doing. And there was no give and take at all. And this kind of thing needs to be somehow altered. Now, if there is such a thing does not exist in the syllabus, we have to do it ourselves. We have to be aware of this. If you're very serious about architecture, then you have to do this. This is what we had to do also. So, the question, therefore, is, are we conscious of the 4 points matrix? This is the 4-point matrix that my friend Muni Ganju and I wrote in our small book called The Discovery of Architecture in 2013. And we came to self as community. Self and community are not different. Self as community. Action coupled with awareness, that there is no action that is mechanically done. And we are at the moment doing a lot of things mechanically. And maintenance as renewal. Maintenance is left to engineers or civil engineers, and this is the contractor's baby, and I have designed this, and let the building leak. I'm not bothered. I've got my fees. That is not the concern. Maintenance is a design issue. That how are you going to, you've designed this? Are you going to be taken to court? Like many architects, many star architects were taken to court, and their buildings did not work. So what are we going to do? And then regeneration with learning. That you are not fossilized, because what is happening is today, you will be stepping out of this college. Your faculty, your teachers and jurors have told you to critique your work, and they will not be available. So have you developed your critical ability to that extent? And are you capable of revitalizing that ability continuously? So these are some of the questions which I think somehow, as far as I'm concerned, they also deal with what DocSciADIS has suggested. So now I'll very quickly go to my own works. How much time I have, I don't know, but I'll try to go very quickly. And this was a drawing that I had made when nothing has been theorized. And this is a pen and ink drawing, there's no pencil drawing. And somehow I was thinking of a city and nature in some manner, I don't know what exactly. So this drawing is about that size, and it was made in 89 probably. So now you're talking about this living with nature. You got the nature here, and you got this beautiful hutment, and there is beautiful waterfall and the hills, and then you like it, and therefore you call your community, and they put up their works. So you build a community. So you occupied this whole nature, and you say, what is happening to, you used to go to Mahabaleshwar and Matheran. Mahabaleshwar we used to go to, and because of good weather and environment, and now you're developing that and beautifying that. The moment you start doing that, you are having this. And where is that nature for which you actually went to Mahabaleshwar? And it's lost. So this purpose is lost to, I'm sorry to say, politicians, administrators, architects alike. And they are not to be separated from one another so far as this is concerned. Architects have not been influential in sort of impressing upon the city planners and administrators the importance of it. They are happy if the site and fees are given to them, then there is architecture. So architecture happens without the site and without the fees, because it's always there as the germ gnawing from within. Now, if this goes on happening, then this is what happens, and there is practically no nature at all. Then you have the issue of leopards coming into, gardens like this, or whoever is living close to you have got the leopard, then what to do with the leopard? Kill the fellow. He has no business to come here. I'm in the center, and I have to be protected. And how can you protect and that's happening to the level of dogs in the cities like Delhi. When you have the VIPs coming, all the dogs are rounded off and they're thrown away. So where is your concern that DocSciADIS talked about nature and animals? Even if the man is put in the center, that concern cannot be lost. So these landscapes I was talking about, you have a helipad in the center and you are growing food. So you are actually growing food, all right, but you are packaging it like you are killing whales and you are killing dolphins in the, because you get this tinned fish and they're killed 24 hours in this thing. So what you are promoting is that destruction of nature, and that we are not thinking. This is also manicured. But this was the kind of state that we encountered nature in our cities. Good, bad, ugly. There were some issues, but they were not completely lost. One day, we have a tradition in Maharashtra of Vasanta Vyakhyan Mala. And I was asked to come to Nasik to give a Vasanta Vyakhyan Mala talk. So I imagined that there would be an auditorium and I would be speaking there. So I was taken to this ghats and I was made to stand in one, and the audience was this side of the bank as well as that side of the bank. And the water was not so much. So people would be walking. So it's a kind of amazing participatory nature of Mother Nature, that we have ignored, And this most wonderful kind of landscape, some of you may have seen this, Menoli. I think this is probably representative of, one should say, very good representation of what Maharashtrian culture wanted to be, because there are lots of funny things happening in these ghats. You built your own ghat, you're a rich guy, and the next chap is putting his ghat. So you want to deviate, you don't want water to go to his side. So you put this jetty out and deviate that water. So all these funny things have happened. Or on the bank of the Ganges, what you find is the rich and mighty people have built their crematory spaces, and they're like exhibition ground. Each one has to show that I am better than you. So there is this Gehry and Liebeskind kind of stuff happening. Imagine Gehry, Liebeskind, Jha happening in a row in many kind of permutations. It's mind-boggling, probably not very healthy. Sorry, some of you have these maybe as idols. So where are we? Yeah. Now this in Mahabaleshwar is Panchaganga, and this is a representative of 3 kundas. The first kunda was for human beings. The second was for animals and washing clothes, animals, and the third was for washing clothes. So we had this Sarita Sanskruti. We had 3 kundas. And, so there was not necessarily a dam was kind of blocking the river, one dam. But you had a series of these, and they were helpful, and the water purification also was kind of maintained. But all the 3 were provided for. And such now landscape does exist. Now this is Pashan maybe 20 years back. We used to go bird watching here. And now this is getting changed, It's a wonderful place where my wife and I and some other birders used to go, and we spotted more than 26 birds here, and different kinds of species. So it is really wonderful. My question to one South African presenter at CEPT just last month, I was asking her, how do you handle animals and the big game? And you've got the national parks, and you've got certain parks which are sort of privately owned and people are making money in it. But is it possible to imagine something that can allow intermingling in some manner? Like in Kaziranga and other places, you have got elephants crossing the main road and finding food somewhere else. Now we don't want them to go that way. We've got this national park, please remain there and die there. No, they don't want to. So what do? So you restrict them, but how do you sort of incorporate them into your fold? And these are some of the wonderful examples which continue to have landscape and build form conceived almost together. And this is Bundi. If some of you have not been, please visit this for its art, its architecture, and the fort before it crumbles, because fort is dilapidated completely. So my friend Muni and I had gone there and stayed 3 days and walked up there every day. So we were looking at this in those days. This is Udaipur. Now what is happening in Udaipur is you've got the palaces, you've got the wonderful lakes, but the advantage of this beauty hasn't cascaded down to the common man. The common dwelling has not been benefited. So how do we do this? Because that is where the question of equitability that I was talking about comes into focus. And if you don't have this, then this is an afterthought or what you want to do in Dubai, and therefore you impose this, and Dubai has been designed now, the man's intervention, good, bad, I'm not making a comment, but there is this water sort of being held, at least the water is there, because water is a repository of all consciousness, human feelings. So it is there. Or, when you do New York, you plan New York and you feel the loss of garden, individual gardens at maybe community level, then this is the kind of measure that you take. You erase that plate and large landscape. It is useful, it is nice, but you haven't got the right hierarchy. You could have that hierarchy starting from the individual dwelling to neighborhood to community spaces and so on. that is kind of missed out here. And this is another vision of the same thing. Or this is, the wonderful city of Barcelona, and you got the Gaudi's church, Sagrada Familia, right in the center. And see the configuration here. Now, if you look at it carefully, all these buildings are no skyscrapers, except for maybe on the fringes. So when you're redeveloping the city, you're not demolishing these and making them into skyscrapers. You're not doing that. These are 4-storied, without lift houses. So you're perfectly fit if you're climbing 4 stories. Professor Devbhakta was telling me he climbs 40 steps up and down every day, even now. So, so these things are extremely important. They keep you fit. The gardens also are there, and you see the semblance. You also see the natural features maintained, visited, and so on. Now, this is what happens when you get the architect, master architect, and this is Calatrava. He's a marvelous architect, of course, and an engineer. But this is what he does. He does something that is, out of the box. So everybody, now if you go closer to this, these black things that you find in a row, the lowest thing, they are like huge urinals. These windows are actually like, they look like urinals. So it's a very, very funny kind of ensemble. You got all this kind of gymnasium and gymnastics happening in architecture, and this is taking precedence. And in architecture colleges, we are propagating this. So I'm sorry to say that we are actually doing this. We are saying that go ahead, do this. But do, by all means you do, something very imaginative, creative, but don't forget the other things, other organisms and nature. And there are, I think, Doxiadis mentions, we can continue if we don't have catastrophes, if we can control catastrophes. Who will control catastrophes like this? Who will control your tsunami? Who will control the earthquakes? And this is the city of Valencia, which had just a week before this happened, I was there, and we had some wonderful time here. And the central river, which was kind of used as a garden. You could go down and create, enjoy parks and things like that. That became a vein for the floods to affect the whole city. So this is what happens. And are we aware of this? Catastrophes are man-made and nature-made. And we have to be cautious of that. And you've got this very, very nice capital of Slovenia, Ljubljana. And it happened in 3 different phases. The central hill was the first thing. There is a fort. And there is a funicular railway that goes up. Out there is the first ring of, can I point? Is there a pointer here? Anyway, it doesn't matter. So around this was the first settlement. Now we are talking about settlements. This is the first settlement that happens. Then there is the river. And then there was only one bridge connecting that place and this when that city started growing. And the ruler asked the architect, who was very imaginative. He said, now I want you to demolish this bridge and put another bridge. He did not demolish that bridge. He put, another fork there, another bridge. And now this has become a big sort of, chilling space, You chill out here. And all these people chill out. They have beer and they have everything in all tourist places.
Sir, if you want, you can walk in.
Yeah, I will do that. Thanks. So this is one place that many of you might want to visit also. Anyway, so that is another matter. This is the model. And this is the model made in brass. And you can see this, copper and brass. And you can actually see what has happened to the earlier city and how the gardens keep replicating. So you don't lose the garden. The architect who designed the bridge designed the garden at the other end. So these are some very nice things that this is in Petersburg, and you see the garden very predominantly. Garden is not lost. It's not a sort of a garden in the sense of an afterthought. It is together with the built form. So that is the point that I'm trying to come to. Or you have Istanbul, which is still, but I think even the better is this Izmir, and where you got the hill, how that can be, how is that treated? It's beautifully treated. All these spaces are not lost. Although on the seashore you got this big bridge. Now this is Zahadi's expression. I can't see any landscape. I can't see any thought of landscape at all. I can't think of a consideration for nature. Landscape is another matter, but nature, I don't see this. This is very form oriented, that you're obsessed with form. I mean, you have to make good form, of course. But there are ways. You have to devise your own ways. And there was this competition held, which was called Sarkozy's time. It was called La Grand Paris. La Grand Paris. Every big politician, a president, a prime minister wants to do a big city. Put his mark there. So here he wanted to make Paris more beautiful, and he called all the star architects to design. Now I'm just showing you for your information, if you haven't seen, how the architects have thought about the landscape or the nature. And we talked about the natural disasters. These are man-made disasters. This is Gaza for you. How are you going to clean this? Who is going to clear this? For whom? I think there are people who are now thinking of making it into a big resort. They must be really mad out there to make this into a resort, not thinking about these people. Not thinking about these people. So the human in the center is now a particular human who can dominate the whole world. He is not the human out at the lowest rung of the society, which is what Doxydas talks about. So you have this happening with this. And this is a disaster with, what happens to your animals, and you see the images of, Ukraine, how you take your home pets, with you. You leave everything, but you still carry your home pets with you. And this is what is happening in Ukraine war. So now, very quickly, what I had tried to do in many different cases. Now this is, I was called to look at this Uttarakhand housing, which were, there were two ravines coming in Uttarakhand. As you know, a few years back, there was this destruction. Floods happened. And the entire village was destroyed. And we were asked to design something, which is, now there were these examples of, as I was told, looking at the students' work, that if you want to design something for the earthquake zones in zone number 5, then you make it RCC buildings. I think it's complete madness. And we were trying to do what to do with this rubble, and can we stabilize new houses with this rubble. So, and there is a very interesting social angle to this. The houses destroyed are all the upper caste community of this village, upper caste. And their houses are full of debris and things. So they couldn't get into the houses. So the so-called lower caste, who were a furlong away, they said, you come and build, your village here, and this is the land for you. And that is where I was supposed to design. So because this was very difficult to handle, but I was trying to use this material. And so I had this participatory effort, working with the villagers, asking them the bottom up, approach where people are telling you what they wanted, where they could live. And in the top down is the government was giving them 50,000 rupees to build a 50 square meter house. How is that possible and how can that be done? So this is the thing. This is how I connected. And this is some of the plans. And there was very little of cutting and chopping. And you had the landscape maintained and the approaches maintained. There are 3 or 4 kinds of houses emerged out of this. And these are the models. And this was the construction technology, that you had the rubble used in this and it was shuttered and the rubble could be shoved in, and horizontally you could get ferrocement ties holding the corner columns. And you could get this kind of approach easily, and this was in a way a traditional expression. They were using timber earlier, and in that case was coming ferrocement planks. Or this was a place, a tribal hostel in a large campus, 3 schools and hostel. Now this is designing for the lowest of that Adivasi community, and these were the children. And you can see these courtyards here, and you could enter only one point. They are small kids, so they require security. So the children, the gender and age related issues that he talks about are addressed here, that you have to have, you have to protect this, safeguard of this. And when I made this, I was told that's the way the light and all works. I was told by the children who are working here, studying here, that we were told that the heavens are up there, but we know that they are here, right here. So that was a kind of a response of these kids, and they are sitting there for the photograph. Thank you. So this is using all natural light, ventilation, windows at the children's level, and it's a very simple material and so on. So if the traditional court worked like this would work like that. And if you looked at diagonally through the courts, then you got some amazing spaces, working together. Or we were again doing another for Adivasis in Gujarat, South Gujarat. So this is where people would be educated as to how, if you have 1 acre plot, how to sustain off that plot. This kind of tree, and what are the common services that are required. And therefore, there was nature playing a role in this. There was participation, and there was sailors' outlet as one, manufacturing. They could make, fruit juices and things like that. And that's the housing which was designed to collect rooftop rainwater. So you're all the time coming down and going into this. So we eliminated corridors here, and we accepted that court is used. You don't require necessarily. Okay, and then we come to Pune here. Many years ago, this was the rock quarry that was left, when you excavated rock and made stone for the entire model colony in Pune. So I think Dr. Jha must be familiar with this. And this was being viewed by a very good politician there to make this as a lake view hotel, naturally. So he wanted to own this whole lake, and then there was a problem. So the community was very alert, and we worked with the community. They called me, and I was part of INTAC in those days. So we created a walkway around here, and that is the walkway. This was a very steep cliff, and it could not be bridged in those days. And I designed this, and I said, I'm not a landscape architect. So I said, the best man to get is Ravindra Bhan. And I sent it to Bhan, and I said, Ravi, this is the idea. Is it okay? He said, it's perfect. I said, will you do this? He said, yes. So he came over for this small thing and designed this further. And we worked together on this project, and today I have designed a small bird watching center, nature observation center. It's a small thing which looks at the migratory birds and hopefully even the stars. So we have the Ayuka scientists working with us, biologists working with us. Corporation has over so many years taken and finally built it, not paying my fees, no fees at all, and have built this. And now this has been, I think, just a few months back, they have inaugurated this. So I'm happy that now this thing is working. So this is the way the trees were going, you never chop them, the pathway dips down and goes and so on. And this is a small structure which I designed in steel because you could not be building there. So it was fabricated outside and installed. And it is like a bird perching. So it comes and sits there and looks at this. So on the two ends you've got glazing and things happening. So this is the lake view. And I sent it to Bhan, and Bhan was alive then. Bhan said, look, you're disturbing the bird habitat by building this structure. I said, no, because from the other end you don't see this. It's completely engulfed in the trees. You don't see this. So it's not a kind of a hallmark. Nobody knows. Or here, this is in completely different context, if I may say. And it was an old Vada, and which had to be rebuilt and so on. Sorry. So this had to be, they were demolishing this, and I said, can we conserve this? Can we do this something? And Meera Bapat had come to me, and I said, I've never done this before, but we'll try. So this was systematically dismantled. You can see the numbers, beams and columns and wooden shutters all are numbered, systematically dismantled. I supervised this 3 times, meaning during the demolition, during the numbering, during the implementation of the new house, and so on. And this is where on another plot the same thing arrived. And this is the new house. So this is kind of evoking the central courtyard, which is the Pune Vada. And central, there is a courtyard. Earlier house did not have a central courtyard. So all material has been used structurally, not superficially. And so this is our cavity walls. And except for those water tank columns, there are no columns, RCC columns. So you can see this. And again, a similar thing. Now this was a design project, a competition in Jammu and Kashmir. They wanted to design a museum, and this project was won by us. But during this whole political turmoil, it was, even test piles were placed, but it was not built. So, 2-3 governments had happened. During Farooq Abdullah's time, then even Mufti Muhammad's time, I went there and he said, anyway, so the purpose here was to create the Kashmir garden with geometry, perfect geometry in the center. And there are no vertical walls. So you got the sloping roofs, which are like mountains. They are not pyramids, they are like mountains. So you're not addressing this particular religion or that particular religion, because Kashmir has had, Jains, Hindus, Muslims, continuously ruling this. So we're not addressing a particular culture, particular community. We said we are addressing the nature and the terrain. So you got this thing happening. You got this pyramid. I'm not explaining the details of this, but below there is a trough. All that snow comes down on the trough, and there is a heating element, so it melts, and all that is taken down and sent back to the Dal Lake, because air cooling was done by drawing water from Dal Lake, and the air conditioning happening here. But this was how it was recycled. This is how conceptually in the whole thing this was recycled. And this was a metallic roof, and centrally you got the square and cascading this thing. Or this is the university project that we did recently, the urban design of this. For the first time, somebody was asked to do an urban design. And you got the faculty buildings there, and they share the courtyard. One building uses that court, another views that court and takes ventilation from it. And so this is how the parking and the auditorium and this was done. However, and this is the landscape that was planned, and Varsha Gavandi was my landscape architect, and she's a very good designer, and she worked with me right from the beginning, not as an afterthought. So that's very important for you guys to understand. And trees are documented. They had, concerns about privacy of those buildings. So all that was depicted here. But the university engineer have different ideas how to build this. So, and how to ruin this. So it's another matter. Okay, and this is a competition project again, and because this has a peculiar terrain, some of you may have entered into this competition. There's a big gorge, here, there's a big gorge, and what to do with this? And this is the terrain in the so-called ridge in Delhi, which is a very important and environmentally very important terrain. So what is the landscape to be had? How much not more? What is, in that gorge, we had drawn actually birds and snakes and things, and still how you can be in company with those. And the whole idea was that, and you can see the pathways in different colors and greenery in different colors. And that is depicted in these drawings. And it was an urban design thing, but we also went into architecture of this. And you could use the terraces and how the studios can work at different levels, get north light, all of them. Okay. And this is a temple designed for the deity which looks after the flora and fauna of the jungle. It is Masoba. It is the deity of the shepherds, the Dhangar Lokanchi deity. So I said, it does not require a temple. I told these people that traditionally there is no temple. He said, but we have a temple. So now we want to develop this. So I said, all right. So we worked on this and kept in focus that this is the deity of the forest. That is the deity. And that is the trees. And I looked at various traditional things, and ours is that. And there are 3 courts, and there is, the cascade here. You can see it in the cross section, how, there is a water body here in the corner, where water filters through the hill, and it is collected here and reutilized. So all this stone, the basalt stone was from the site itself, and therefore it was used. So this is a court for kirtans and performing art, and you got the roof here, which is truncated here, where acoustically reflecting the sound, and you could attain to, and that is the kunda at the end. And you got away from one side, which is, you could take wheelchairs and things, and the other way you can walk up. And this is done completely in stone. It's done in Fibonacci, all this stone construction. Okay, now with this last bit, can you start this? Can you start this? Please. Now I'm showing this sound. It requires sound. These are installations, but they're making solar energy for the village. and several kilowatts of energy. So actually the solar power cells are now smaller. They can be bent and they can be used. These are not big panels necessarily. And with this I worked with them, and you could generate enormous power here. And you could actually do the street lighting and these pumps and things like that, in that village. So again, there was a connect between the environment and the use for the, anthropos. Next, yeah, one more. So 2 installations, and they were very much liked by the administration in Malvan, Sindhudurg, but they never built it. And the idea is like a conch, that you're traveling, you're taking a walk on the seashore, and you found a conch, and that is this conch. So these are all solar panels. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Narendra Dengle, sir. I request you to kindly stay on stage as we extend the felicitation with Shrifal and shawl.
You're calling everyone, no? Okay.
On stage. I take this opportunity to now invite Dr. Professor Anand Achari, sir, Professor Harshad Bhatia, sir, our guest of honor, Dr. Ramanath Jha, sir, chief guest, Architect Narendra Dengle, sir, and Architect Akhtar Chauhan, sir, for question-answer session. I request the students to arrange chairs on the stage. need 5 chairs. 5 chairs.
अरे हम लोग को लगा था स्टेज पे जाना तो आईडी ले टूटा हुआ था मेरा गिर जाता स्टेज पे से ये लोग और एक और
Can we have a mic on stage? Yes. I would request Professor Akhtar Chauhan sir to moderate the question answer session with our principal sir and the speakers.
I think you got the wrong person to moderate. I will provoke as usual. So one suggestion was to Professor Anand Achari that those who ask the question will get vada pav. He said he's ready to give a bigger prize. So let's take him on that word. Can we switch off these lights? Because we can't see the audience. Yeah, thank you. This is the third in the series of lectures that I've attended. And I requested Professor Madhav Devbhakta to give us the certificates of having participated in this EKISTICS lecture series. And he has agreed to do that. So the point is, this is one of the most important events on this subject in the city. And the focus is on our own city, in which we all live, and also the other cities in which we hope to live. So it concerns our life totally. So somebody said, we are born in architecture, we live in architecture, and we die in architecture. So it's the same thing is perhaps true for the cities. I'm very sure that many of you have some interesting and critical questions. Please feel free. So without wasting much time in the introduction and all that, may I invite questions from the audience? Please give the mic to the student or the faculty member who wants to ask a question. And briefly introduce yourself, which year you are studying in, or what subject you are teaching, or what is your practice. So, to be on the safer side, I asked the youngest participant in the audience to ask the question. May I request Madhav Devbhakta to initiate this?
I would rather make a comment than asking a question. And I thought I would have the last word at the end of the session.
I'm giving you the first word.
This is a question to Mr. Jha. Of all the administrators that you have come across, of course now they are there, they have retired, and you have also retired. So what do you think was the most efficient commissioner we had, and what he did, and whether you had an opportunity of working with him and influencing his way of working? And perhaps I will share my experience with working with municipal commissioners later on.
I did not have the good fortune of working with any commissioner. As you know, the commissioner is a singular person in a municipal body. Everyone works under him. And one commissioner does not cooperate with the other in the sense that they are heads of two different entities. So I'm afraid your question cannot be answered by me because I did not have that experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Madhav, you can give your comment about your experience or your viewpoint on.
Now, my experience of working with persons like D.M. Suktankar and Jamshed Kanga, all these persons are sort of proficient in their own way. They are good administrators, and our Indian administrative service, which is modeled on the British, is, to my mind, working properly. Only thing is, at times they work under political pressure, and they have to take care of that. But all in all, working on the Heritage Committee, I thought Kanga had a different approach. Mr. Suktankar had a different approach. But both of them took into consideration the views of the members of the committee when they are dealing with individual cases that were before the thing. So if we have commissioners who are open-minded, who are willing to accept suggestions, I think our city will be much better. And to tell you about the heritage scene, Khotajiwadi or Mathar Pakadi or coastal villages could be much better if there is an organized effort to improve their quality of life. That's my personal observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhav. Please.
I'll try and give this a perspective in the context of urbanization. I think the role of individuals today at the municipal level in the overall urbanization that is taking place in the country is very peripheral. We are a 140 crore nation. Last time we were about 35% urbanized. We have not had a census for some time, but I'm sure the next census would reveal that we would be somewhere close to 40% urbanized in governmental statistical formats. If the economy explodes in the country as it is, then it's known that economic development and urbanization go hand in hand. So we can expect that urbanization is going to speed up. And if we have the same kind of urbanization that is happening without a policy perspective at the national and the state levels, then we will have cities that are already functional becoming dysfunctional. Because it's in the nature of urbanization that large cities draw large populations. Unless equal opportunities are created in a very large number of cities, which means that we should attempt at decentralizing urbanization. That's not happening because the policy perspective from that point of view is not in existence. And therefore, if that happens, we will find that cities that are like Bangalore or Pune or Mumbai, they will have enormous pressures, and it would be very difficult for them to sustain the pressure. I mean demographic pressures. So demographic pressure is something that is threatening the mega cities of this country. They are becoming larger, and the administrative mechanism does not exist to deal with them. So I think we very soon need to have a deep thought on how urbanization in the country will take place. What is the country's urbanization policy? How is it going to decentralize it? And how is it going to reform the urban context in terms of functions, finances, and leadership that will be able to tackle the kind of urbanization that is happening? Otherwise, whatever good is done by one commissioner is temporary. It gets wiped out by the influx of huge populations that come in. We can crib about other things, governance not being good, a lot of malfeasance happening, etc., which can permeate in any organization. But the crux of the problem is this.
Thank you so much for giving that perspective, that there is a need for evolving that culture in administration where the continuity is very important to deliver all the social and environmental kind of goals that we set in our plans. Narendra, please.
Yeah, I want to ask one question of Dr. Jha. With the experience of, for instance, Bhopal, where we had successively 3 wonderful, enlightened administrators, like we had M.N. Butch, I don't know in what sequence, probably not in the same sequence as I'm saying, but we had M.N. Butch, we had S.K. Mishra, we had one more, and then of course Ashok Vajpayee was there also, but not the commissioner level, but we had one other important. So you see, we have not only conserved the lakes, but we have looked at architecture, we have looked at urban planning, we have looked at the densities, we have also looked at promoting good architecture. You know, there are many things like a lot of wonderful museums that happened that time. So my question therefore is, what is it that makes this kind of succession happen, and what is the connection between these administrators? Did they deal with the politicians differently, or did they was the politician who headed the MP government in those days was some better? That is one question. Second question is, how can we not look at personalities, but we are looking at a democratic pattern which should generate leaders anytime, and therefore not necessarily looking at a particular idol. You know, that's a mistake that we are making. And so is it possible for you to throw some light on this?
No, I think the gentlemen you named, all of them were outstanding administrators. There's no doubt about that. And their contribution, since they came one after the other, Bhopal was fortunate that their contributions have lasted, and the kind of work they did still shows in the city. Fortunately for Bhopal, it has not been subjected to the same kind of influx that other cities have. So I foresee that in the next generation or in the next decades, when the larger cities run out of gas and are not able to handle people, and there is the factor of livability atrophy that happens in these cities, where beyond a certain point more, and therefore then they migrate to other cities. So the wave of migration will happen to the smaller cities in the coming decades. I don't know how at that point in time these cities are going to survive, because we are a very large country. We can't handle the kind of migration that is happening in the country and being taken care of 10 to 12 cities. It's going to happen in other cities as well. Mind you, I'm not against migration, because migration is a factor of urban growth. A city grows in three manners. Either it brings rural areas into its fold, its internal growth, multiplication of population, but the largest contribution is by people coming from outside for work and for living. Now, it is this wave that the country has to deal with, because we are looking at, if we are about 40 crores in urbanization today, in the next few years it's going to be around 80 crores, because by 1947 we look at 50% of the country being urbanized. So we need to think of the days ahead and to see how we are going to handle this kind of urbanization.
I just want to tell the students that the 4 points which Sir mentioned, Architect Narendra Dengle, about the book is this book. I think anybody who is studying Indian knowledge systems today should actually get a copy of this book and start going through it and add to it. Each of those 4 chapters deserve further research, is what he's also advocating. And I think this is the book which is written in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's like 12 years now, and it's becoming more and more valid today. Just another thing about the points that you raised about the hypothesis. It's not that Doxiadis was advocating those to be universally applied. It was 1972 when they were actually formed. So what we do with the students here is, we make them go through the theories, manifestos, architecture, etc., when they were done in the context of that time. And then we ask them to rewrite them if they were to be written today. So similarly for the hypothesis, we would rewrite them so that would be applicable from that point of view, just to clarify. And Dr. Jha, I'm sure the students, our average age is around 20, right? Correct? So how does one become an IAS officer?
Well, you become one by wanting to become one to begin with. Because if you don't want it, obviously you're not going to go for it. In our days, this was the best service that was available, say 60, 50 years ago. But if you are extraordinarily bright, you have huge avenues in front of you today. And therefore it is one of the good areas in which one could aspire to go to. I must make that clear. So IAS is not the only area and it is not the prime area for which one has to aim. Whatever you are good in and you want to pursue that is an area that needs to be pursued by students. There are always pluses and minuses. I mean, no job comes without assets and liabilities. And if anyone thinks there are no assets and liabilities in IAS, they are wrong. The assets have diminished, the liabilities have grown. Yet, it is a great service to the country. Your contributions can be enormous because you are in the thick of decision making. Especially those who work at the national level and at the state level are making very important decisions that are going to affect millions of people. So from that point of view, if that is your desire and that is the direction in which you want to go, then you have to decide you want to go, and then once you decide and work for it, I don't think it's all that difficult. I don't know what is the current age limit. There are different years, for different kinds of, 26, 28, 20, but people as young as 21 can get in.
Questions from students and faculty.
May I? Sir, hi, I'm Swapnil Lagdive from 3rd year. I have a question to ask. May I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, what is the difference between the role of a town planning officer and an urban planning commissioner?
What is the role? Town planner and
What do you mean by urban planning commissioner? I haven't heard of that terminology. Town planning officers, yes, but urban planning commissioner, there is no such position.
Commissioner of
Pardon?
municipality.
Pardon?
The difference between the main commissioner of the municipal corporation and the town planning officer.
Yeah, let's take the example of Mumbai. I was involved in the Mumbai Development Plan 2034. I was heading that team. And I'll tell you how I got into it, just to make things clear. There was a plan prepared by a French consultant for Mumbai. That was in 2014. Once it was published, there were large groups of people in Mumbai who rose against it. And each one had his own grouse. Some people were against the open spaces being cut. The gender groups were against the kind of reservations that had been made for women and the provisions that had been made for women. Some were against the transport-oriented, the TOD policies of the city. So there were different groups, and they became very vocal, and the pressure was so much on the government that the government then decided to cancel that plan. And then they were looking for someone who would bring up another plan. So instead of going to a regular kind of consultant who deals with planning, they thought it would be better that an IAS officer who has had experience in handling cities and plans is brought to head a team. That's how I entered. So I got a call from the state government saying, would you come and take this plan? That's where the commissioner came in. So I got a call from the commissioner and said, we would like to have a discussion on this subject. So we discussed it. So that was the role of the municipal commissioner. He wanted a plan to be made. Now, since he's the head of the organization, obviously anyone who works in the planning process has to report finally to him. But we also had one town planning officer, which is a statutory position within the Maharashtra Regional and Town Planning Act. And there were others. So when I came in, my first job was to I said, I want a young team of planners who have emerged from the universities as their first job. I don't want those who have a lot of experience. I will provide that. I want young guys who are technically competent and who are fresh from universities. So we got 20 planners, 24 planners in fact, and some of the planners were also from the Mumbai Corporation, very few of them. And we divided them up into wards and assigned them wards that these are the areas in which you would work. And there was a head planner. All of us know Prachi Merchant. She was the head of the planning team. She worked with the planners on a day-to-day basis, reported to me, and I then took the plan to the commissioner and got that approved. So that was a long process of 1 year. We also made presentations to the state. I remember having made presentations to the chief minister where we said, this is the line that we are going to follow. This is the way the plan would ultimately emerge. Are we on the right path? Otherwise, we don't want another plan to be scuttled. And once we got a go-ahead from the chief minister, then the commissioner and I used to then take it forward. So we made these presentations at the beginning and at the end, and that's how the plan was formulated. But there is a position of town planning officer within the Act. So he is the head of the town planning team. Everything goes through him. But ultimately, the decisions get taken by the commissioner at the municipal level. Then that is presented to a review committee, the municipal body, the body approves it. It goes through a review of the municipal review committee. After the review committee reviews it, the final draft goes to the state government. And once the state government stamps it with its approval, then it is a plan that is finally approved and published.
Can I just clarify, just make it easy for you? there is a legislation of the Maharashtra state, Maharashtra Regional Town Planning Act, what sir has said. Under the act, whenever a development plan is to be prepared, a town planning officer has to be appointed. So the role is limited to that appointment and the publishing of the plan, correct? Whereas the commissioner is a position held in the municipal corporation. So the decision is to be taken by the commissioner, but the planning officer takes the decision when the planning is happening.
I have a question which is from this discussion and which concerns us as architects. Why there are no government architects, just like chief engineers, why don't we have chief architects? And why we don't have a kind of a service, government service for architects? Like during our time when Madhav was heading Indian Institute of Architects and Rusi Kambata was there, we had imagined that there should be something like Indian Architectural Service, the other IAS. So how would you react to that? That architects demanding their role in the process of development, planning and design?
Firstly, there is an architectural service within the government. So there is a chief architect, and this is a branch which works closely with the Public Works Department. Even the municipal corporation has an architectural wing. Since both these organizations are doing a huge number of construction, obviously you have to have these wings. But we don't get the best architects in government, generally. And that's a pity, because government buildings all over the world actually are the best looking buildings. If you look at the kind of buildings that are built abroad, they are regal buildings. So we need to have very good architects coming into the government. Unfortunately, the question of attracting talent today is basically based on the service conditions that you provide, which is topped by a good pay. So unless you're going to provide that, why should the best architects come into the government? That's an issue. But if you have a service like Indian Architectural Service, I have nothing against it. I think it's a great idea. Then the architects, of course, are going to work in the same fashion as, say, the IAS works. They are going to go from state to state. When they are in the state, they will be under the state government. When they are with the center, they will be with the central government. But the kind of and the volume of construction that is going to happen and the volume of urbanization that is going to happen, architects and planners within government are extremely minuscule. I think they have to multiply at a very large pace. And unless that happens, I think if you're only going to be a body that invites tenders and gets plans from outside, then for that you need a minimal team. But if you're going to do it in-house, you need a big team, because the volume of construction which government does is enormous.
Thank you so much.
We have we have with us Professor Rajiv Mishra sir. We would welcome him. We request him that to come on stage to felicitate. He is the principal of JJ College of Architecture. Please, sir. Can I request Akhtar sir to handle? We request Akhtar sir to felicitate Rajiv Mishra sir with the Tulsi plan. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I think we have 5 minutes. There's a question? Good.
Hello. Good evening, respected panel. I'm going to apologize in advance because my voice really isn't on my side today. So my question comes from the first question that was discussed in the panel, the point of pressure. So does this pressure coming from, let's say, a political party or a client at a smaller scale, does this pressure start becoming a constraint towards an architect's creativity, which has started becoming the reason for these cuboid-like buildings we see in the Mumbai skyline?
To whom you are addressing the question?
No, to everyone in the panel, to the architects and to the panel as a whole.
You said pressure, right?
Yeah, the pressure.
Okay.
Pressure from a client or...
I don't think there's any pressure. I think it's a wide ocean and there are many fish and they're all different types of fish. So you are noticing only the cuboids. Look at the others also. So as Professor Dengle has said, that there's the indigenous where nobody is an architect, but vernacular. Vernacular is of and by the people, not for the people. Architecture is for the people. So there's so much happening around. Look at what you feel is the right thing and focus on that. Let the cuboids happen. They'll happen. Somebody's getting a house over there. So let's not compare.
Let me try to understand what you are aiming at. You are talking about the realities of practice in private sector and in public sector. We live in a world which is governed differently in different places. We have democratic systems on one side, we have autocratic systems on the other side. We have some people who call themselves communists, some people who call them socialists, some people who call them democratic, and so on. So there are different ideologies also. And each ideology also has a different way of working as an organization politically, but also more importantly as an economy. So they have different economic systems. In India, we adopted democracy in 1947, and we are experimenting with it. We had a system of mixed economy, and then in 91 we took a path towards more liberalization and more open economy. Now each phase of this has different repercussions. The society consists of different classes, of different castes, different communities, and each one of them in a way brings about their ideas, which we call pressures from our perspective. Like if you are handling even a small project, client will have a different culture, maybe from you. So he has different ideas which he comes and presents before you. And you might think that this is like a pressure. Now we have to understand this exchange and this as a conversation and as a place for negotiation. Now, in the schools of architecture, we don't bring this in sharp focus, but somehow we need to simulate this. Like you always might feel that there is a pressure from the faculty, or there's a bigger pressure from the principal. So in politics, it might be different political parties have their different agendas. They will come up with their different ideas. A government officer will have to deal with them. In private sector, we will have to have skills to negotiate different client groups. Also, people from other sectors who are looking at us. So you might design something which you think is beautiful, but it hurts the interest of some other group. Like when we go to coastal villages, we propose something, the fishing community comes and protests that no, this is not in our interest. Like we built Sea Link Bridge. Many of them protested because it would disturb their livelihood and their way of life when we propose some development. So we need to negotiate all this and not look just at them as a kind of pressure, but as points of views which we need to resolve.
Yeah, I'll give you a short answer. Whenever you have pressure in your job, it's the responsibility of the person who is doing that job to assess the pressure. Is it going to add value to the work that you are going to do? Is it giving you new thoughts? Or is it asking you for marginal changes which probably you may not mind? So you make an assessment. If the assessment adds value or does not take away value from the work that you are doing, go for that. If it is going to take away from the work that you are doing, or it is extraneous pressure, there is no question of entertaining that. You have to be upfront and say that this is what I think, this is what I will not be able to do. If the job continues with you, well and good. If the client thinks that it should be taken away from you, well and good, you will have other projects.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The day you make a compromise, you will never be able to get back on extraneous pressure. The day you make that compromise, it will become very difficult for you later.
Hello sir, my name is Mukul, I am from 5th year, and it's very interesting to see how Harshad sir, like every time he shows that presentation, and every time we learn it differently, and there is always a different perspective that we get out of it. But that graph that you always show about being an artist, being an architect, and being a political scientist, an architect, this lands in between, and political scientist like goes further beyond. How important do you think that we as an architect should also be trained in terms of policy making in a field where policymakers don't design much and most architect doesn't do policy making? And I will also like to connect that with the new paradigm shift that Narendra Dengle sir also mentioned in his presentation, whether the architecture that we are following has lost its roots in some sense, and somewhere we also need a framework where it all supports. So I like to connect to these questions. Thank you.
Sir, just one answer. Before I answer you, I just want to say bureaucracy and fragmentation. Sir spoke about bureaucracy and sir used the word fragmentation also. So we've got two speakers here who spoke. Bureaucracy, the origin of the word bureaucracy comes from furniture. You know, bureau. You always had a piece of furniture you called the bureau, which was kept against the wall. It's not answering to your, you can sit. I'll answer your question. After that, the bureau became slightly, it was not useful, it was just a bureau. So it became a writing desk. So it became a larger bureau. Then there was, the bureau as a piece of furniture was put into a situation where you called a group of people the bureau, Federal Bureau of Investigation. So people came into the picture. So what has happened is that it has gone into what bureaucracy does is it actually eats up everything. It becomes the overarching theme between, what is the thing that we'll do everything under the sun, but we'll get it done. So that is my way of looking at bureaucracy. But on the other extreme in our profession is fragmentation. And that is the answer to your question. That somewhere I see the specialization that we are offering after architecture has put us into slots. If I'm a conservation architect, I only have to do conservation. And I have to say development is not my this thing, and you should also not develop. You should only preserve. But conservation is also development. So you got to understand it that our specialization is fragmenting our profession. And somewhere we have lost track of that coming together. So when we graduated, we didn't have these masters in all this and that. And now this is causing a real rift within the profession. So I'm seeing fragmentation as the answer to your question, that if we stop fragmenting, we will be able to give the policies also. And let me be honest with you. I think, sir, the students are afraid that once you have a written down DCR, Development Control Regulation, they have to stick by it. I think that's not the right thing. You go with a better suggestion and it's always going to be welcomed. It may not be approved, but there will be something in the mindset going on that next time we do a policy, we need to factor this in mind also. So that's the openness about the commissioners. Sir has been a commissioner at the metropolitan scale, city scale, and also the municipal council. So he's been through that. And that's why the commissioner's role is something which is a very delicate situation. You can't have one size fits all for every proposal. So policy making will be taking place if you keep an open mind and see it as an architect that you are able to do everything. Old building, new building, whatever it is. So just keep that in mind.
So, thank you so much. There's one more question. Okay, we'll take this as the last question, please.
Hi sir, this is Rajesh here. My question is for Jha sir. Sir, architects always have unbuilt projects, and those projects are also very near and dear to them. So I just want you to, just go back or remember any of your projects which, was probably unbuilt or not done or stopped because of the change in governance or the whatever reason it might be. Any one thing that was very close to your heart.
Firstly, bureaucrats have to learn to have nothing close to their heart. Because you can't keep changing a heart every 2 years, 3 years. You're working here, you go to some other job. So, kitne hearts badloge yaar? So you have to be very dispassionate. The day you leave the job, you forget that job. And you start thinking of your next job, right? But there would be many projects that were not completed, at least during the tenure of the municipal commissioner. I remember one project of privatization of water supply and sewerage that I began in one of the corporations. It went quite far. And then because of a sudden cold feet by the municipal corporation, the general body voted it out. The body of municipal corporators voted it out, and that project then was not able to go through to its various stages. After a few years, I learned that that project had been broken into pieces, and the municipal corporation was implementing that very project for the next 20 years. But if you have these hang-ups, then you are not able to do your next job properly, because you will have several such hang-ups. तो इतने heartbreaks को आप कितने दूर ले जा सकते हो? So your heart breaks once, forget about it. दूसरी जगह जाओ.
Thank you.
One last question.
That shows that the commissioners do have heart. The politicians do have heart. That's a point to remember.
So one last question. I just wanted to ask one question, that how policy changes or affect one till the individual citizen. Like there is already a scarcity of open spaces and green area in cities. And there is one more law now, it says that after 8 o'clock the open spaces are closed. The gardens are closed. But the life doesn't end at 8 o'clock. So why such law? Like people need common places. But why such law comes from the top that such open spaces should be closed? Actually, it gives a sense of like someone is encroaching your sense of freedom.
No, I agree with you. In terms of open spaces, if 8 o'clock is the closing time, it's not a proper time to close parks when the city itself is up and running up to 12 o'clock in the night, 2 o'clock in the night. About Mumbai, they say Mumbai never sleeps. But there are many other angles to a city. So if you look at it compartmentally, then the policy is bad. But how does the policy evolve? Something happens in that park after 8 o'clock. And there is, no, I'm giving you examples. These are live examples. I'm not quoting exact incidents, but these have happened. And then the parks become unsafe. There is a huge uproar. The municipal corporation then has no other avenue but to put a stop that beyond this period, the park should not be open. The same goes for why you, this is a question that many times people ask, why do you need to enclose a park? Because it's a beautiful place, people need to see that place. You don't need to put a boundary wall around it and lock it, correct? It can be open. But for the very same reasons, not only from security point of view, from the point of view of the destruction of the park, from the point of view of using the park as a sleeping place in the nights, from the point of view of nefarious activities that one could do in the park operates, where policies impose upon something which may seem totally unnatural, but still they evolve to become a policy.
Mahesh, counter to that, people would say that why do you keep the park open when I'm in college? So the whole idea is that there are all these various aspects. Somebody will object to saying that why is the park open when I can't go there? So when I want to go there, why is it shut? Each individual is a settlement by himself or herself, each human. And that is the thing. Look at human activity, time management, and then space. Because just keeping an open space open during the time when a person wants to go is not solving everybody's this thing.
Thank you so much for your participation. I think you deserve Vada Pav and the bigger prize. But before we close, I must welcome Dr. Rajiv Mishra, Principal of Sir J.J. College of Architecture. He was also the Director of Art of Maharashtra State, to say a few words on this occasion.
Thank you, sir. Respected teachers, dear students, I do not know how luckier can you get today to be able to participate in this Hashu Advani Memorial Lecture. I came running for this event because I came to know that two scholars, Professor Narendra Dengle and Shri Jha, is here to address you. Professor Narendra Dengle has been a full-time teacher and a great mentor to many teachers and many principals of architecture colleges in India. It's a great honor to be here, to be with him. I missed your lecture, sir, but I think it is on YouTube and I'm going to go through it. Mr. Jha is a very unique personality. I can tell you many things about him, but since the time is short, I can only tell you one thing. I have had the privilege of working with him. I was member of the Heritage Committee of the Municipal Corporation. He was the chairperson. He has many positions, but I will not tell you many now. But I have learnt the art of balancing a decision. Only bureaucrats, I think they must have gone through some kind of an exercise or learning where they have to handle the ministers as well as the people. And how they manage to get things done, I think there is where the success lies. So please do not underestimate. Please do not underestimate any bureaucrat. The second thing is, I'm not praising bureaucracy. But let me tell you, bureaucrats are looking for people with confidence, with ideas so that they can be taken ahead. It's just that ideas that are generated from architecture colleges have to be taken with full confidence, and institutions should become the seed making for future development in the city where you learn architecture. Okay? There are two things. I think I'll just take it from Professor Hashu Advani. There are two things which I think you should think, and I request Anand to take it ahead. One is research-based practice. Other is practice based on research. Okay? So the research that you generate will help many practitioners and will help you take good, pragmatic decisions while practicing as an architect. And schools of architecture are a place where it all germinates, where it is all born. Right? But I'm sure you must have enjoyed the lectures by both the experts. And I wish that many such experts keep on coming to enlighten you on various issues so that you become great practitioners and help change this city and become an agent to transform not only the urban form, urban design, but also improve the livability, improve the urbanism. And I think this is the major course of action which I think we are looking forward to Gen Z to be able to do it very strongly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guru.
May I now request Professor Akhtar Chauhan sir to present a memento to our guests, Dr. Ramanath Jha sir and our architect Narendra Dengle sir. Can we have a huge round of applause to our wonderful panelists for giving us such a meaningful outcome of the Hashu Advani Memorial Lecture Series. Now I take this opportunity to invite our professor, Architect Mandar Duri sir, for the vote of thanks. Please welcome sir by a round of applause.
Yeah, can I request all the dignitaries to grace the seats in the audience, please? I'll request Architect Samruddhi Falak to usher them to their seats. Good evening, VESCO. Nice to hear everyone, even from the last row. So how's the Josh? Can't hear? It's high or it's high? Good, good. We still have to go a long distance till we conclude today at 9 o'clock with the next segment of our Hashu Advani centenary celebrations. But as we all say, everything that begins has to take a break somewhere. I won't say it has to end. I would always say it will take a break. And we will see a new face coming up very soon. So from this point of view, I'm sure we have had a very enriching afternoon and also an evening. what more can we have here with us? I would reiterate Professor Raju Mishra sir's words when he mentioned about both our dignitaries here, Shri Narendra Dengle ji and Shri Ramanath Jha ji. Not to forget Professor Hashu Advani. So we had creators, we had facilitators, both. And what more can we ask for at the Hashu Advani Memorial Lecture 3.0? A wonderful day indeed. So firstly, it's my honor to stand here and deliver this vote of thanks. I would like to first begin with the memory of Sri Hashu Advani ji, the person due to whom we are here, this institute is here. And we are all indebted to him for giving us this opportunity to make a life. So firstly, thanks to Hashu ji. Thanks to our management, our trustees who have made it possible and facilitated us this wonderful infrastructure, this wonderful support and backing for every particular event and activity that we conduct here at VES and VESCO as well. Then, it is very essential to thank all our panelists here who have been a part of this wonderful conclusion of this segment of the HAML or the Hashu Advani Memorial Lecture 3.0. We are indebted to all the participants. A special thanks to the faculty members, the dignitaries. We have with us Professor Raju Mishra sir, all the principals, directors, and the HODs from various departments of EES and the other colleges and institutions who could be a part of this event with us. I also take this opportunity to thank all our governing council members. We are really blessed to have all our governing council members today here for this particular lecture. It is indeed a very special moment for us. Thank you. I would also acknowledge the contributions from all our coordinating team members, our faculties, admin staff, as well as our students, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. And a huge round of applause for all of you. A heartfelt gratitude to all our sound service, our light organizers, our sound and light systems organizers. In fact, they have been toiling here from yesterday, and we have this wonderful setup here for 2 days. So do join us tomorrow as well. We'll have a long day tomorrow here with the convocation ceremony and also the Marathi Divas. And to put up this wonderful infrastructure, we express our deep sense of gratitude today as well as tomorrow. And not to forget all our wonderful students, especially the student volunteers, the student council members who have been planning, taking efforts to make this particular event successful, coordinating with the faculty members at every point of time, at any time of the day and the night, and making sure that we have an excellent event eventually implemented. So thanks a lot to all of you. Thanks a lot to everyone else. I'm sorry if I've missed out anybody here. I'm taking this opportunity to express our deepest sense of gratitude on behalf of our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir, our faculty members, and rest all. So thank you. Thanks a lot. We started with Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, and I would still reiterate the same. Let the lamp continue burning in our hearts as we bid adieu to this particular moment and this event here. Let us all join together in the next event and tomorrow and make it all the more successful. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Can we all rise for national anthem? Mandar sir. I will not say.
Can we all join for the national anthem? जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाए तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की भारत माता की वंदे वंदे थैंक यू
All the students and faculty members are requested to report to Campus 1 for HACC Cultural Program and Sindhi Food Festival. You all shall be marked for attendance. Please meet Shivaji sir before and after the event. Kindly meet Shivaji sir. Thank you.